Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Uh, oh gosh, I don't know why, but I've been getting this a scratchy throat. About a half an hour before I was supposed to start streaming. I hope this doesn't continue on. I've got my water here. Check, check, check. Is my microphone even working? Yes, it is. Okay, good. I'm like, this is not a great game to start getting a frog in my throat too. Considering how much I talk during this game. Oh man. Yeah. All right. Hello everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back everybody and happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I am of course Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel as we are here to continue more blueprints. Jumping into part 17. Rather appropriately, it is also July 17th. How the moons have aligned. Which I was just telling Cerebral that I almost streamed yesterday. So at one point yesterday, while I was taking a break, I decided to start looking at my notes, try to organize them, put pieces together that I felt belonged together, start writing things out, creating some graphics, and then after it had been like almost 2 hours of me doing this, I was going, why am I not just streaming this? Maybe I should just stream this and I should play. But then I got some self-control and I put it to the side. So for some of that stuff, I've kind of left it in the middle of it. And yeah, we should I can bring up some of it now. Let's see here. Oh man. See what I'm saying? I'm losing my voice. Not a good time to lose one's voice. All right, let's see here. Let's bring up my notes folder. It's gotten to a point here where I don't know like where to begin today. Obviously, the game's completely randomized. You know, I can have one goal, but I might end up doing something else. But let's see. All right. Let's open up the notes, shall we? So, what did we do on the last stream? Not a ton. We had some successful stuff going on in the last stream. We did run an experiment where we finally got the letters again, where we could have letters sent to the mailroom. I do not have any cough drops, at least nowhere within reach. If I have to, I will get up and go and find some, but we'll just hope that water is sufficient. So we did a very good run with an experiment. We did the experiment 12 times, had opportunities to do more times, but we opted for some rooms that we got. We did the archives experiment, just putting down archives, which allowed us to send more letters to the mailroom. We should have 12 letters waiting for us in the mailroom. So that's one of the things that we did on the last stream. Unfortunately, I did get spoiled that they're all from Rudolph. Randolph. They're all going to be from Randolph. We knew that the first 2 letters that we received were from Randolph. I was kind of hoping that we were going to get more letters from different people. But when I was looking up to see if there was a cap to how many letters go into the mailroom, it revealed to me that every letter you get sent there are all from Randolph. So I'm going to assume that we are going to get into the mailroom and have 12 letters from Randolph waiting for us. Aside from that, we did get the throne room. So we got the last sanctum key. We now have access to every sanctum room. So it probably is high time that we go and we actually try to start solving some of the other sigils so we can actually do those rooms. So that being said, we also got the Realm and Rune book. A lot of stuff kind of ended up falling in line. Like I said, these things do fall in line. Feels weird, kind of feels like a coincidence. So yeah, we also got the Realm and Rune book, so we were able to look at that. which so that was one of the things I started doing. Then we have the new clue book. We still have a bunch of stuff in the new clue. New clue book is driving me crazy because I'm kind of like, what are clues in it that are piecing together information of stuff that we already know? What are clues in it that are tied together? What are clues in it that are separate from one another? That's the only thing that's driving me crazy in it. And I do feel like some of the clues in a new clue is pretty convoluted, but I guess that's kind of par for the course in this game at this point. There are a lot of convoluted puzzles in this game, but should we start with the new clue? Should we take a look? I mean, I could show you guys the sigils first, because we can come back to the sigils later. Cerebral, you can tell me if we've got it right so far. So here's the sigils. This is part of what I was doing yesterday, where I was deciding whether or not to come through. So I threw everything in here that I thought could be related to sigils. Not too difficult. We got some stamps. We've got some of the geography, some of the classroom stuff. I had some missing information that we were able to put together with the Morajai boxes. I threw the ones in here that I wanted to make double sure about. And then obviously we have the completed Realm and Rune book. We've got 2 different sigil pieces which should help us. For example, here is what I have so far. So we have all of the colors. Obviously that was the very easy one, the colors. We have the center shapes. I mean, that's pretty simple. Then I tried starting to piece together what I could figure out just from the information that we've received. The stamps obviously are helping a lot. The stamps has helped us with the, so for example, the Arch Ares, we're guessing Stormy. We're guessing, although I might be wrong on Stormy. Could it just be Rainy? See, that's the thing. The stamp for Arch Ares has, it's got to be Stormy. I mean, look at this. With the lightning bolts and everything. This thing bugged me too, though. Is this supposed to be just like a decolorized stamp? Arch Ares, if we didn't know that it was yellow based on the classroom, I don't think you'd be able to guess that it was yellow based on this stamp, would you? You'd be like, this has got to be purple or pink or blue or something, but you would not think this was yellow. But according to the classroom tests, Arch Ares should be yellow, so we're going to stick with yellow on that. Nuance green, Morajai blue. Yeah. No. See, that's the other thing, too. Morajai isn't blue, is it? Morajai is, pink? White? What was it? We ended up figuring it out. Morajai is white, and that's just because of this box. But you see what I mean? So, I mean, I guess that's the idea. You can't make it too simple, right? If you could get every answer from the stamps, then it would be too easy, perhaps. But we know that Morajai is white based on this box. And as a result, also, we know that Vera is pink based on this box. Obviously, you could figure out one or the other. Those were the 2 missing ones, realistically, that we had separated from either the stamps or the classroom color coordination stuff. Purple? No, Eraja is purple. What are you saying purple to? Now I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, Eraja is purple. Why are you telling me that? Did I get it wrong? Is this not purple? I actually don't remember what these are. I'd have to look at the book again. I think this is why I'm saying, like, if anybody wants to double check this, because I could have accidentally mislabeled these. I think these colors are correct, but then again, these colors are just shapes going around in the circle. So we'd have to double check the book to see, which we do have it right here. And then obviously we have the rays, we have the cores. The core is simple enough, right? We had the cores from the classroom as well, the geography. So the cores, I think, should all be good. We got our Arch Ares, we got our Nuance, our Colorica. And then Costa Rica, we should be able to figure out a couple things on. Okay, so here we go. So obviously, I only have like a couple things here. I have Arch Aries, which I'm assuming is stormy because of the lightning bolts on the stamp. I'm assuming it's industrial based on the buildings inside said stamp. Wally, welcome back. Wally, I guess I haven't said hello to everybody. MP, Cleo, Cerebral Wally, hello everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. This is just the beginning. We were just talking about this. I did this yesterday, Wally. I came very, very close to streaming yesterday because I was doing all this. I was trying to do all this organizing and note taking. And this is as far as I got yesterday before I finally went, no, I'm not going to stream, and I'm calling it quits. I'm going to go back to getting work done. I was basically putting off work to do notes and blueprints. So yeah, Costa Rica, we do have the one stamp that shows the snow. So we know that the Costa Rica snow, we could definitely put snow in there. So we could do that now. Here, you guys can take a look behind the scenes. So let's see. So if we were gonna do Costa Rica in the snow, I should have this PSD so we can just pull it really quickly. Let's see. Sigils. We want weather, right? Weather. Okay, so snow. Pull the snow over here and put it next to Costa Rica. Okay. So put that right there. So Costa Rica, under Cora. And if I want to be super OCD, we can get rid of its background, which I kind of am. Okay, so Cora, we'll assume that's Cora's. Cora is snow. At least as far as we know, it is snow based on the stamp. Let's see. What else do we got going on? What can I possibly know? The rays is something that I'm not totally sure on. Obviously, the aviation was easy to figure out to put under nuance. Do you like my my abbreviated? I actually had it set to say Raja, Vera, Nua, Cora, and Mora. And I just had this said Arch. And I went, well, that doesn't work. We got to put an A at the end there, which it kind of works because it's Arch Aries, right? It's kind of. Archa. This is my new nicknames for all the different lands. Yeah, the rays are definitely the part that I'm not quite sure on. So we have the rays here. We have naval capabilities. Okay, naval should be simple enough. Naval is... But is naval one we've already finished? Is naval Fen Aries? So... Yeah, because I haven't... Obviously in this list, I have not included the two that we've done. Let's see. No, it's Morajai. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was Fen Aries. Fen Aries is the militaristic one. Okay, so naval is Morajai, so we can put that there. So let's bring up the naval for the Morajai. Raise. Naval. Naval. I should have probably put these in order so I can find them more easily. So we're going to bring the naval on over here. We're going to put it... Wait, where are we putting it? Morajai, I said? Morajai. So it needs to be over here. Put that right in the middle. Okay, so yeah, this has definitely got to be Morajai, right? And we'll get rid of the center so the shape can be right smack in the middle. Ta-da! Okay, so that should be right? Now, if we were going to say Morajai, is naval... Is there any... Would rainy weather make sense for Morajai then, maybe? I don't know. Let's see, weather. Obviously we have rainy realm indicated with raised 3 vertical lines pouring down. I mean, I guess, maybe, is it raining in the stamp? Let's see. I gotta stop closing these. I mean, I guess not. It's actually not raining in the stamp at the time of the stamp. It is raining in Arch Aries, but we have to assume it's storm. Well, I don't know, but see, that's the thing too. Arch Aries could just be rain. And is the Zappies just an indicator of the industrialism? I don't know. We'll stick with the storm for now. We'll stick with the stormy on Arch Aries for the moment. I'm looking at the stamp sample. I'm looking at them right now. I mean, yeah, apart, because I'm assuming you can't have rain and stormy at the same time. Bose, how goes it? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday. Let's see here. Bose, how you doing? Welcome back. So yeah, I mean, we don't need to worry about this one. We don't need to worry about this one. So as far as stamps helping go, we only have 3. There are... Oh, no, that's not true. We have 4. We technically have 4. We only have 3 extras in my collection. Obviously, we have Costa Rica. I don't know what to gather from this outside of being the weather. Refresh, Cerebral. Refresh. Refresh and be live with us. So yeah, Costa Rica, snow, Morajai, we got the naval. What else can we know about the rays? Should we look at the rays again? Camels. We've read about... We've definitely read about one of the lands being desert. Desertee? Was it Araja? So, is Araja... And honestly, if Araja is camels, desert, pack mules, we could also assume Araja would be heat. Also, we have 2 sigils too that we should be able to pair a couple of these things together as well. We have 2 sigil pieces. Okay, so whose is this? We should be able to at least ascertain that the poetic belongs to this. So the poetic belongs to Araja too. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we actually might have a lot of answers for Araja. So let's see. So Araja is poetic, so we need the motes. So let's put a poetic mote over with Araja. Now, here's the thing. Are we gonna actually be able to know... Let's go with this though. We're gonna I feel like we read it somewhere. It might have even had done with the war. Tribal. Primitive realm, hunter and gatherers. And did we see anything else in that sigil too? Actually, that would help too. Did we see part of the lines in it? Maybe that's where we got it from. No lines. No lines. Hold on, let me look at the other one. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so we got two answers right here. We got a wavy line, and we got... What symbol is that? And that's going around what? That's going around... That's going around Vera. So this is Vera. Which makes sense, because Vera was with that in the Lost and Found. Yeah, we need to get the mailroom. We will definitely be trying to get the mailroom so we can actually read some more of the letters. Hopefully it's not just more of Randolph giving us information that we already know. Okay, so what was I doing? Vera, wavy with the one type of circle. So spiritual. Vera is spiritual. And then Vera is heat. So Vera is heat? I mean, more than one could be heat. And where is Vera located on the map? Is Vera on the southern side too? Like Araja is? Maybe they're both heat-based. Vera is also down south. Araja and Vera could be heat, but I don't know. I'm not sure. We've got to have some overlapping, right? Or maybe not. Maybe not, but at least let's do what we know, which is that Vera is heat. So let's pull heat over here. Oh, shoot. Which one's which? Okay, this needs to be under Vera as well. Poetic. We put where? Under Araja. Well, that's not going to work. We're going to leave that the way it is. I think it's going to grab the entire thing. It is going to grab the whole thing. We'll just leave that as it is for the moment. Okay. So... And then what else do we know? So they're poetic. No, they're spiritual and it's hot. It's a hot spiritual place. Right? What else do we know about Vera? I don't feel like I know a lot about Vera. See, I mean, for all we know, because we know that Vera is hot, they could be the ones. Why did I think it was Araja? We've got horseback, roads, turtleback. Turtleback? 5 short rays that do not fully extend from the core to the border. Alright, let's leave this the way it is. Yeah, see, I could come in here and get rid of this. Unfortunately, it's wanting to grab the line. It's too powerful. It's too powerful. You know, I could do this. Let's do color range and see if it will grab everything but the line. It did. There we go. We'll do that. Wait, what? It would be good if I was actually on it. Perfect. Perfect wavy line mixed in with the rest. Let's save that. Let's save this. So yeah, this is a start. It's not enough to finish any particular one. Obviously, if we get these down to at least one left, it's as simple as just doing a guessing game from that point onward. Like, would we be able to just simply guess it with something like Vera? Do we have enough of the information for Vera that we could get into Vera just by guessing the rays? Possibly. We'll put a pin in it. Let's save this JPEG as well. Overwrite it. I think we're good so far. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's where it could get, if we're not absolutely sure, we could get into the room by just guessing. So if we wanted to, we could head down to Vera. We could head down to the Sanctum and do Vera and probably just guess. We got the ring, we've got the weather, we've got the moat. I think the only thing we're missing is the rays, right? So we could just kind of guess the rays. Yeah, because you could do that. That's essentially what we did for, what did we do it for? We didn't know what the outer ring was yet for, I think, Orinda Ares at the time, and we just guessed it. Is Cadedrin there? Is Cadedrin here with us? Alright, let's move on. Let's move on from here. So yeah, we've got a nice base start for the Sanctum for the moment. A decent start for the Sanctum. We still got a ways to go. Still got a little bit of ways to go. Araja, I almost would be tempted to attempt guessing that it's possibly also heat weather based too, but I don't know. Unless it's like normal weather. Assuming that all of these might be different from each other, because we can't see it on the piece. We know that we have the Araja piece, but it does not look like it shows the lines at all, unfortunately. We can just see the flowers and we can see the outer ring, and that's it. Is the swan an indicator of anything? I don't know. All right. Let's move on from the sigils. Let's take a look at new clue. Sigils, I think we're in a good place. We're in a good start. We've got the base down. We've got some good organization going on there. Let's take a look at a new clue. I also spent a while throwing together anything that could make sense to me that would possibly be added together with this crazy freaking book. So we have the 4 books. What we believe to be the violet green. We've got the, where is it? Where's my zoom in? Did I even put it here? Do I even have the zoomed in clues on here? I guess it doesn't matter. You can read them fine. So what? We got Red Prince. We've got Realm and Rune, we have a new clue, and we have the fixed stars. And so I think that's what we have in here for the moment. I was very disappointed to find that 2 of these are actually the colors of their books, and the other 2 are not. That makes me very sad. Unless there's something more to the other colored books. I don't know. I'm assuming the blue book about a duck has no bearing on anything. I found the 3 photos. I don't know if these are gonna be related somehow, ballroom, safe house, and shelter. Obviously, the safe house and shelter are key points in the lore. The shelter was, of course, their hiding spot before they moved to the safe house. I don't know how the ballroom relates to that, if it does, unless this picture exists somewhere else. And then, I did write down the signs, and I don't know... Here's the thing. We already knew that this pattern was going to be something that was useful to us, if only because we found it in the security tapes. So is this just giving a hint to the pattern on the metro station? Like, is this information we already had? We can assume that it does start at 8, because it starts with Route 8, depart, keep left. We'll assume it means just don't make any of these right turns. Keeping left to Tanner Fork, and then eventually you make another right until you get to the dead end. Okay, fair enough, that's fine. But it also says record each stop. This is where I'm not sure that it's making any sense, because if we were going to record each stop, it would be, what? Royal Station... Royal Station, and then Angel Tower, Ares Crossing, Tanner Fork, and then, where's one? Oris Train Hall, and then finally the dead end. Now, I don't know if the names of these... The fact that it's saying record each stop makes me wonder if this is pertinent, naming each of these locations and each of the stays. I don't know. I don't know. Royal, Angel, Ares, Tanner, Oris, Dead. Maybe, but then it had me wondering, are the numbers... Can someone tell me this? Is this a spoiler? Because we have the 6 letters, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Where's the note? Let me look at my note again. Are these letters random? Do the letters have meaning? Why is it X, Y, Z, then A, B, C? Are the letters random? Like, if they were doing this, could they have just simply been like Q, R, S, and... the letters actually make sense? Okay, so they are random. So if I was writing this clue, I could have been like Q, R, S, D, E, F, and it would and we would still be able to figure it out, because that makes a difference. If the X, Y, Z, and A, B, C are literally just placeholders, and this order being the end and the beginning, is the fact that XYZ is at the end first and ABC is at the beginning, does that make a difference? Because we can assume that the six numbers are related to the letters, but I don't understand where XYZ and ABC came from. Library covers the way. So, if we're assuming that we're starting at 8 and stopping at 13, then the numbers are, which I guess we could write out here. 8, 7. We're gonna go ahead and add them to this. I don't know if it makes sense to add them to this, but we'll go ahead and put them all together. 3, 10. 1, and 13. Okay, so that's the main thing I needed to see. You see those letters 2 places on that page. Well, yeah, obviously we have them down here. I just wanted to know if they actually had some kind of meaning outside of what Wally just said, which is they're just placeholders. So we can assume that they're the numbers, which makes this make way more sense, because I was like, what does Z mean? Z, I would assume, would be the end, or the number 26, but none of that works with the books. I went through the books, and none of that makes sense. None of it works. So we'll assume, since they're placeholders, they are just the numbers from the Metro. Okay, so that does give us a chance of possibly figuring this out. So let's see. Let's bring the note pack up. So 8, so if we're going in order of the signs, then it will be 8, 7, 3, 10, 1, 13. All right, let's look at this. Also, am I right? Am I on the right track for the note? This is another thing that had me confused too, because I don't know what's literal and what's not. We have the note that says major, which means small name, right? Small name. But then we have on the board, or on, where is it? Where is the bloody thing? I hate having all my notes separated. We have the suspect is minor, the suspect is major. So the only thing I can think of is suspect is major is major. But then is the suspect is minor? Is that literal? So are we just looking at the names on this one page? Oh my gosh, did I actually put them in here? This page. And the only thing I can think of is that we're trying to look at the minors, of which there are 4. But then are we looking at the small name of them? So is it Bo Lee? Is Bo Lee the answer to that? Is Bo Lee the key? But then what is A period? A period key. Why the A period key? This is the only thing I've got. And since that has its A key, yes, please tell me if I'm on the right track, because this is where I'm going, like, how convoluted is this? Because I already kind of feel like I hate that the XYZ ABC is placeholders. I wish those had more meaning. Okay, so if we can assume that the small name, the major among the minors, is Bo Lee, then we have to figure out how Bo Lee relates to the computer terminal. Now we know from the admin notes that at some point or another, Randolph added an unusual admin login, so we could go try to see if we could try maybe logging in with Bo Lee and try different combinations. He said it was not like the others, so the only thing I could think of is it might be LEE capital B. That wouldn't be like the others, because that would be one letter too short, right? Lieb, unless it's Lebo. Wait, are you kidding me? What did I say in the last stream that had me on the right track for A key? That it's A key like a musical key? Or was it because I mentioned the computer terminals in the last stream as well? All right, first things first. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. And again, this is a point where I'm like, are we discussing 2 different puzzles right now? Are we discussing 2 different sets of clues? These 2 aren't related, are they? They have to be different. I say that, but this page has them all together. We have the dead end is the major key, or major key. Wait, is it saying the end of this puzzle is going to give us the major key? Yes, they are separated. Oh yeah, see all signs. Did we have 10? Was that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I miss a sign? I only have 9 signs right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this page has 10 spots. Yeah, it has 10 spots for the signs. Ugh, did I miss a sign somewhere? What sign did I miss? I mean, unless the signs are also spelling out letters? I don't have any letters. This is what we had from that. I assumed the signs were pointing you to the right direction of the metro station sign by saying Route 8, depart, keep left to Tanner Fork, make a right, and then you'll end up at the dead end. And then it says record. Oh, that. All right, so I guess we should let's get to that part. I'm discussing too many different things and my brain is starting. Okay, so Bose said I missed the last sign. That would explain the 10th spot if I did miss the last sign. Is there a sign in here that I missed? Oh, on the way. I see it. All right, I found the last sign. On the way. All right. Thank you, Bose. All right, so that's the 10th. That's the last sign that I missed. Record each stop on the way. Okay. All right. Which we did. I don't know the significance. I still don't know the significance of this. We're assuming the numbers are tied to the books, but are the names of the locations tied to it? I don't know, but we're going to keep them written here just in case. So let's go through the books. Let's go through the books. Okay, so the first one is the Red Prince. It says page A, word X. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Page A, word X. Word X. Okay, so page 10, word 8? Is that right? Hold on, maybe I should write these letters next to them. So this would be X, assuming that we have this right. Is this right? Is it a spoiler if you tell me if this is right? So if it says page X, word A. Thank you, Wally. Thank you, MP. Always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already. I promise we're going to get to the game. I promise. But we're technically playing the game right now. We're technically playing, but I promise we're going to get to it. Okay, so we'll assume it's Red Prince, assuming that page 1 is here. Are we looking at page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? So is this the 8th page? Wait. Hold on. What am I doing? No, we don't want page 10. So 8, 9, 10. Right? It said page A, word X. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turn? All right, hold on. Let's open up. Oh, no, we'll just add it on here. We'll keep it in the same thing. Turn. Tell me if I'm hot or cold. Okay, so turn. Okay. All right, so let's move on. Okay, so turn. Where is our book? Page. Okay, so the green book is page C, word A. So page 13. Page 13 and the 10th word in the green book. Which one's the green book? This one's the green book. What did I say? I've already forgotten again. Page 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, am I doing this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we'll assume it's this page, 13. And then, so 13 and eighth, the eighth word? Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. No, that's X. Page C, word A. So 13th page, 10th word. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Scorched. Scorched? Scorched. And then we have page B, word Y for violet. It's page 1, 7th word. 7th word? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sundial? Turn scorched sundial? We do know where a sundial is. Are we thinking the same thing? I am aware of where one sundial is. It's over in the orchard, right? I don't know if I would consider it a scorched sundial. Scorched sundial? Alright, last one. Last one. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I have too many images open, guys. I have way too many open. I gotta close some of these. Okay. Finally, page Z, word X. Page 3, word 8. Page 3, word 8. Which page 3, word 8? So fixed stars, blue. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what did I say? Page what? Ah, shoot, this is an old one. This can't be right. Page 3? Blue book. Page 3. 8th word? Is it not counting the blank page? Or is it actually... There is no 8th word. Is this the 3rd page? Because this page is blank? Is it not counting the blank page? It's still a page. Because there... Alright, I've missed something here. This is the blue book, isn't it? Is this not the title page? This is the title page right here, right? Did I skip a page? 1, 2, 3. Am I losing my mind? Did I miss a page in fixed stars? Was there a page before this page? Oh, shoot. Crap. Yeah, you're probably... Oh, and... Well, hold on. This is from the book that we found in the observatory. We never checked it out. Is there a previous page in the checked out version? Okay, so we'll assume this is the 3rd page. If there is a page on the previous one and that's the title one, then we'll assume this is the 3rd one. So this is page 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Constellations? I don't know. I don't know. This looks like the title page to me. What screenshots did we miss? What screenshots am I missing from this book? I mean, that's the only explanation that there is that I'm missing a page somewhere. So what page am I missing? We can look it up real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Fixed Stars book blueprints. Let's see. There's a preface. Ah, yep, I see it. Okay, this is page 3. Crap, why do I not have the preface? Is it not in the observatory copy? Why would I not have taken a screenshot of that? Here, let's see if I did. Maybe I did and I just didn't move it over. Let's see, because I would have copied it in here. Let's see, books. It's not here. I might have just not taken a screenshot of it. Well, here's the thing. Because unless it is just a copy, I would have skipped it. It would have been the next set. Yeah, why wouldn't I have not taken a screenshot of it? I mean, even if I didn't think it was important, I might have just forgotten it. That's the only other explanation I have. We can look at my screenshots from back then. I mean, I have it here. I have the preface. Let's see. Blueprint screenshots. That would have been like way, way, way early on. It's entirely possible that I just accidentally didn't screenshot it. Because, yeah, it would have been really, really early on. The observatory book was one of the earliest things we took screenshots of. And I can't even find it in my earliest screenshots. Oh well, it's fine. We've got the preface right here. Okay, so the preface is page 3. Oh, here, I found it. I do have it. Look. You know what's funny is that I have the preface in the library copy. I'm curious to go look at the observatory again. I'm assuming I just skipped it by accident, unless the observatory version doesn't have it. But I have the preface here from the library copy. So obviously, in fact, I'm going to move that into my book folder right now. So I was smart enough to get it in the library copy, but not in the observatory. Where's new clue? New clue pieces. We're gonna throw that in here. Whoops. Oops, no, it would be the other way around, wouldn't it? This would be 101. No, don't put it at the end. Doggone it. 0. Okay, we have it. We have it. And it's in order. Yes, that is all that matters. We've got it. Subconsciously, I must have known that I was going to need it, because we did take a screenshot of it when we checked it out in the library. Alright, so... 1, 2, 3. I've already forgotten what number letter we need. What number letter do we need? Word X. 8th letter. Word X. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Base. Base? Not constellations. Turn scorched sundial base. Okay. Simple enough. We probably didn't even need that last word. Turn scorched sundial probably is fine. I guess we could go take a look at the sundial in the orchard and see if that is it. It's weird that we wouldn't have noticed it, but it says to turn the base. That would be hard to notice, I guess. Alright, let's save this. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, what else is going on in the new clues? We have the Bo Lee thing. I don't know what else to do with that information, Bo Lee, outside of trying it in the computer terminal. And we'll throw it in here too, just for the heck of it. Major. We'll just do that so we know what we're saying. Equals Bo Lee. Here, I guess you guys couldn't see what I was writing. Major equals Bo Lee question mark. All right, we'll have that in there in case we need it. All right, anything else we need to look at before we jump into day 46 here? Like I said, between the new clue stuff, the sanctum sigils that we're trying to figure out, the fact that we need to go get some letters from the mailroom, there's a lot of stuff to do. We need to go back to doing more monk rooms at some point. We know now not to ever do the foundation, according to Cerebral, unless we want to lose it, or if we want to move it, I guess. That would be the only reason that we might want to do the foundation in the monk. But otherwise, there is some other monk rooms that we want to try out. We've only done the library. I don't know if I want to do the library again. We have 3 books left. We have one more book that we really want to check out. We do still have the 2 drafting books that we want to deal with, but apart from that, yeah, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to the sigils. We'll come back to the sigils. We make our way down to the sanctum. We'll come back to the sigils. Like I said, I think we're at the point here where we can just guess both Arch Ares and Vera. We don't have the rays for Arch Ares, although Arch Ares, we could probably figure out the rays, but both of these we could probably just guess on the rays. But we'll come back to it. We'll come back to this. Let's close it for now. All right. So, notes done for the moment. For the moment. We are done looking at the notes, and we will come back to them if we need them. We'll keep the notepad here open for now. And let's get underway here. Let's get underway, shall we? Oh, hold on. Wait. Before we do that, let me make sure. Let me make sure all this is actually saved. Is my Photoshop stuff actually saved? And it would be terrible if I didn't save it. Screenshots, we don't need that anymore. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. I have so many windows open. Sorry guys, I have so many windows open. It's ridiculous. We opened so many pictures, so many different file folders. This is getting ridiculous. But it's good. It's good. It might not be completely organized, but it's organized enough, right? It is organized enough. All right. I think we're good. Everything looks good. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, I do very, very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share, all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Mail room. We got to find the mail room. We have the first two sigils completely solved. Technically speaking, those are the only two we have completely solved. Right, Cerebral? Oh, I just realized I'm reading a really old message of Cerebral's. Really old message. But yeah, so apart from that, we don't have, technically speaking, any of the other sigils solved. But like said, you know, the two that we have, the two with the two that we have with the weather, with the motes, we have the color. If as long as we have those four things, or honestly, if we have at least four of anything for the sigils, we should be able to just guess for the final one. Mine, and then they could all. I don't even know for sure on any of it. They could all be minors. All right, let's go outside. All right, we still have Blessing of the Dancer, unfortunately, so we cannot do the monk just yet, which is fine because the dancer is going to come in handy for trying to get the mail room. A bunch of minors, with only some of them being minors. Should we go look at the dial? I'm confused by the scorched part. If this is the dial that it's talking about, what is scorched about it? We could also try typing in Bo Lee into the terminal inside the grotto. This is the only sundial that popped into my head. The sundial that doesn't work because the sun never moves. Well, I can't move the base of this sundial. So either we need something to move it, or this is not the sundial it's talking about. Am I wrong? Am I off base here? Should we just leave this? How could we move this? How could I move the base? It doesn't look scorched at all. There's nothing scorched about this area. It's not hot. Should we stop into the grotto? You like these woods? These beautiful woods. These beautiful trees made of cardboard and paper. Alright, let's take a look here. Okay, so let's try Lieb. Ah, Lieb. We got Lieb. Alright, cool. Okay, so Lieb worked. Not Lebo. So this has got to be a unique one. What were we needing to do? We needed a different... We needed... What did we need? There was something that was missing in here that we needed a special login for. We read about it. I think Rudolph talked about it. I see. Oh, it was the deleted logs. We needed like an archive login. So is that what we have? Is this an archive access login? Oh, look at all these grayed out ones. Duplicate save data, clear save data, create backup, and restore from backup. Why can't we create backups right now? Creating a backup would be nice. All right, so we'll assume that this is the archive admin that we needed. Let's see. At what point did we start? At what point did we start having blanks? Okay. So we started getting deleted logs after February of '87. So we got a bunch of pages we got to skip through. Oh, I don't know if this means anything either. We had done this the day after we did the grotto. We went ahead and did the binaries. I don't know if this is something else we got to come back to. Basically, it kept saying Castle Aerie, Court Aerie, and Cloak Aerie over and over and over again. Or rather, it said Castle A-R-I-E, Court A-R-I-E, Cloak A-R-I-E, and it just kept repeating this. Significance? I'm not sure yet. All I know is that's what was in the cutscene. Castle, Court, Cloak. Those are definitely words. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, we got to come back to the castle, the chess castle puzzle too. We haven't solved anything with that yet, have we? We wrote it down. We wrote it down, but I don't think we ended up doing anything with it. Where was it? The precipice? Shoot, where did I put it? Crap, where did I put it? Oh gosh, I don't even know. We definitely did do it. I don't remember where I put it though. Was it... Oh, ABC letters. This is where I put it. Yeah, we still have this to figure out as well. We got some Erajin up in here too. So yeah, we'll have to come back to this. 6 add 6. Tor Loret. I'm assuming it's telling us where something is. Alright, anyway. Too many things to ponder. Let's just stick with what we're currently doing for the moment. Alright. Let's see. So, February... Okay, here we go. Here's the first one. Oh, 3 new admin keys have been added to Network's user days. Lieb, Provx, and Hoon... Ooh, wait. Who are these ones? Should we have known these ones too? Are these the other ones? The other 2 admin keys are the same layout. Lieb is the only one that's unusual. 3 new admin keys have been added to the network's user database. Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys. Oh, okay. Sure. Leave it to Wally to passively insult everybody. Wally just basically said, "What are you, dumb, Cerebral? Fanable, you should have already figured it out by now." Thanks, Wally. Thanks. That makes us feel great. I'd be totally fine with it feeling obscure because Cerebral told me, and then when I do potentially figure it out eventually, I'll feel smart. But now I feel stupid if I don't figure it out. Okay. Let me make sure I'm taking screenshots. Okay, so this is actually communications. Prov C. Lee, we are planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? Already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Aw, poor Randolph. Good. No one else on the estate knows we're here, other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. But Hunyu has a plan to take care of her. Oh my gosh, what does that mean? If it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. What the heck? She won't be found, rest assured. Let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then, once the inquiry is over, we will proceed with our plans for the museum. Oh my gosh, let me look at my screenshot folder and make sure these are actually taking. Well, that's good, Wally. But maybe don't mention whether or not you think... If someone's like, man, this is a hard puzzle. And then you go, nah, it wasn't really hard. It was actually super easy. You're just stupid. Are you guys spoiling something for me? Is the castle text related to chess? Like, literally related to chess? So as long as I know how to play chess, I should be able to figure it out? You more or less said that, Wally. For Sarah to go say it's obscure, and then you go, nah, it wasn't that obscure. You straight up told her she's dumb. Not the cipher? The cipher's not related to chess? Why are we talking about chess then? I am familiar with chess. I would not say that I am good at chess. Alright. Alright, let's see. She won't be found. I got that screenshot. Once inquiry is over, proceed with our plans for the museum. Resuming operations. Welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out of the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations. Outside of the purview of the staff and the Baron. They were in the old schoolhouse? Does that mean there's something that we missed in the schoolhouse? I mean, there was a couple random things in the schoolhouse, but I don't know if they were important. Not sure. Alright. I keep forgetting if I'm taking screenshots or not. I'm worried I'm going to have so many duplicates. We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we will have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so we should likely wrap things up here. I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some scrutiny in the near future. Probably see Hunyu and Lieb delisted and deleted from user base. Okay. Wait. Shoot, is that it? Are we done? Temporary access to the mainframe in Blackbridge Grotto has been restored. If they were really wanting to scrub this, this system's not super great, is it? But obviously Mary wanted us to see this. She wanted someone to see it. Yeah, for them to be like, maybe we should, you know, get rid of all this stuff. The fact that we can recover it, not so great. Not so great. Security is very lax. But maybe in this world, security systems like this didn't really exist. And so maybe this is the first of its kind. And they're doing their best. Philip, how goes it? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday. Let's see here. All right, well, we did that. What else do we, should we just go in and try to hope to get the mailroom at this point? I'm trying to think what else we need to do. Also, is there... We didn't find much in the throne room. I'm kind of wondering... Does the throne room have something behind its switch? Like the foundation? Or the closed exhibit? We didn't have enough steps to really explore around. We ran out of steps on that playthrough. And we still gotta do this over here. I'm wondering if we should try to get the throne room again. We could do the hovel again. Wait, why were we needing gems? There was something we were needing gems for. We also need to do the schoolhouse still. We didn't even talk about the schoolhouse. Yeah, we got the history book. So we should be primed and prepped for the most part to do the final exam again, but we got to get the schoolhouse. I go back and forth. I actually really like the hovel. I do. I like swapping out the gems for the steps sometimes, but I'm trying to think what all do we need to be doing here? We need to get the library again. We need to get the library again. Oh yeah, are we wanting to try to get to Christmas today? It is the 22nd, I think. Let's do the hovel. We know for a fact that there is no weight room. We did actually spray the weight room out of existence. We went ahead and used the repellent on the last stream. And yes, if you missed it, I am now 5 for 5, I think, for finding repellent in the Lost and Found. So we have that going for us right now. Well, who was it that we had in here on the last stream too that was like, they thought that you could only get the repellent once? And I was like, I've had it so many times, the game won't stop giving it to me. The only problem with something like the hovel is the fact that we definitely got to worry about our steps if we ever get the key. The last time we did the hovel, we didn't actually have the master key, so we didn't have to worry about it too much. The fact that we're not spending gems will give us opportunities to do rotation of floor plans aplenty. Nice. We got a shovel right out of the gate. Very nice. Very, very nice. Where do we want to go? Let's go to get the shovel for now. But yes, we did actually use the repellent on purpose for the first time. Of course, we have the lost and found. Just as we got the shovel. We'll go ahead and do the trophy room. Let's do the trophy room. We'll get the 8 gems. This will give us plenty of rotations if we need them. And even more. Metal detector. Got some good starter items. The only reason I would want to put the lost and found down is if we could peek into the room and see if we get the vault. If we get a vault key. Because we are still missing at least one vault key, because we got it last time and we didn't get to use it. I should say we got it twice and didn't get to use it. Because of the repellent. We got kind of screwed. Speaking of vault keys. Ooh, this is tough. Do we go ahead and get the code check? And then we don't have to worry about our keys either? Kind of sucks the idea of putting the code check here when we have the option for the den. We also have to consider, is this a bad place to have the coat check when the time comes that we need to come back? Let's get it. We're going to end up regretting it. We have no keys right now. We have the one key in the hallway. The coat check is a funny one when it came to the archives. You can, even if the coat check ends up being an archived floor plan, you can tell that it's the archives because it'll tell you what's inside of it on the draw. I don't know if that's by design or if that was an oversight. Okay. Okie dokie. Mailroom. Mailroom's a blue room, right? What do we got in here? Magnifying glass. Should we start making our way over to the west side too? Yeah, let's do it. So, yeah, I've lost track. I stopped tracking the piggy bank in here. We have to be up to like 150 gold in this piggy bank. At least. Ooh, this would have been a nice place. If we actually had, well... Can't decide if this is a waste of a spot for the cloister. Yeah, we're doing it. Cloister down. But we are going to go over... Oh, no, we should open the rooms in here. I wanted to go over and do the hallway. And we're going to do the rooms in here first. So yeah, we're still having to worry about the, we need to get a key card. Or the security room or something. Well, we could go ahead and put the utility box down. Go in and knock the power out. Hopefully we get the security room sometime soon. Oh, I don't like leaving that hallway open like that, but I don't want to waste my steps going back down that way. Shoot, we gotta do it. Should we go north or should we head back down to the hallway? If we could get the security room earlier than later, that would be ideal. That'd be preferable. Still need the library. We still need the mail room. It's the only problem with doing what we just did. Like, if we put the billiard room down, we could try to get the key. I want the breakfast nook so we can get the bacon and eggs and have the morning room on the table, but I don't know if we should pass up the commissary. Let's do the breakfast nook. We don't need gems. It would be nice to get, like, the hammer. Or the shoes. Does the commissary sell the shoes? I'm gonna do breakfast nook for now and get these steps. Shoes would be fantastic. That would be great if we can get the shoes. We're gonna have to go dining room. I don't like it being this far down here. But yeah, we gotta. Sadly. We're gonna have to come back. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is where you want the dining room. Beautiful view of the beautiful trees. I don't know. I guess there's some better views. Maybe the view of the statue on the other side's better. Okay. I guess we're going with the laboratory. Any recent news about the band Coldplay? You're asking if I've heard any recent news about Coldplay? That seems like a really random question. Are you asking everybody if anybody has heard? Well, shop room it is. We could get the final 2 letters that we need for the mailroom. Is there news? Is there big news? Important news? Did someone die? What do you mean in general? Do you have news, MP? Or were you meaning to ask, have you heard about the news on Coldplay? Because your question seems to be asking just randomly, has anybody heard news on Coldplay, and could you share it with me? All right, we're gonna do this. We'll see if we can get the last two letters we need. All right, I will look up Coldplay and see what the recent news is. Are you talking about the CEO of the astronomer company? This isn't Coldplay news. Is there anything else good that has to do with Coldplay? The funny thing is, I did see this. I saw this yesterday. The CEO and then like the CFO of the company astronomer. What's funny is that is this a Barbra Streisand effect? Was this a Streisand effect? Like if they had just smiled and played it off, would this not be in the news? Would they have not been caught? But because they instantly went to, oh my gosh, we're on the Jumbotron, we need to hide ourselves, did they cause a Streisand effect on themselves? I'm thinking so. This would not be on anybody's radar if they had just simply smiled and the Jumbotron went on to another couple. um, Wait, am I saying it out loud? So I guess if any of you have not heard, there's a company called Astronomer, and the CEO and I think the CFO were caught at a Coldplay concert. I'm assuming, right? Coldplay concert, and they were hugging each other. They were holding each other like they were in a long relationship couple. As it turns out, I'm assuming I don't know what the cheating is. They're having an affair on. Are they both married? Allegedly, right? No, they're standing. He's hugging her from behind. They're both standing. She gets embarrassed as soon as she sees that her face is on the screen. She tries to hide herself. He ducks down below. It's a very silly moment. But yeah, it 100% is a Streisand effect situation that they caused on themselves. If they had just kept smiling and the Jumbotron moved on, this would not have. I mean, it's possible that they still would have been found out by their, spouses, assuming that they're both married. But yeah, it wouldn't have blown up like it did if they hadn't acted embarrassed and tried to hide themselves. Right. So obviously the announcer that was watching it, um, I guess we could bring it up. We're talking about it. We're not showing it here. I'll try to bring it up. Oh, has he released a statement? I think he released a statement. All right, hold on. Let me find the video, then we'll read the statement. Why are we talking about this? MP's derailing derailing this stream. I can't find a video now. Everybody's deleting it from their posts. Did I find a working video? Nope. I didn't. All of these videos are either censored or posted. I can't find the actual video of the situation. Okay, I finally found a video. Ay, Chihuahua. And then, okay, so this is the video in question. Jumbotron, this is kind of cut up. It was showing like another couple here, and then it switched from there, and the announcer says like, "Oh, look at this happy couple." And then she goes, "Oh my gosh." And then he ducks down, and then the announcer's like, "Oh, it's okay. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe they're having an affair. I'm not sure." The announcer says something like that. So they're clearly embarrassed. Like Cerebral says, it seems like a guilty thing to do. But apparently the CEO, who was the man in that video, put out a statement today. I don't know the validity of this. It says, "I want to acknowledge the moment that's been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy." Here, I'll just bring it over here so you guys can see it as well. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake, playing out on a very public stage. I want to sincerely apologize to my wife, my family, and the team at Astronomer. You deserve better from me as a partner and as a father and as a leader. This is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build. I'm taking time to reflect, to take accountability, and to figure out the next steps. Personally and professionally, I ask for privacy as I navigate that process. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became a public without my consent. Well, yeah, you were hugging on her in public, dude. I guess nobody's gonna figure that you end up on a jumbotron, but come on. You probably had a nice box set of seats, and you guys are not trying to hide it there. Very publicly amongst thousands of people, presumably. Anyway. I also want to. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, "Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you." Anyways, I don't know the validity of that. It looks like, I'm assuming that might be on his Twitter page or something. I don't know. I don't know. So if that's real, then it is not alleged. He has definitely fessed up to the situation. Or I don't know if you're. I mean, all right. Let's get one thing out of the way. Don't cheat, people. Just don't be stupid. That's lesson number one. Don't cheat on your significant other or your spouse or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or anything. Stop cheating. If you want to cheat, break up with that person. Clearly, you don't have a great relationship if you're out and about cheating on them. I guess I should just leave it at that, because I want to say, like, if you're gonna do something like that, don't be dumb and do it in public amongst thousands of people. But let's not get past the first point. Just don't do it at all. Just don't cheat. You dum-dums. You deserve to be humiliated, you dum-dum. You brought heartache on your family and your wife. Anyways, hopefully that works out. Hopefully his wife finds someone better, perhaps. Oh my gosh, they really, really want me to do the Lost and Found. I don't like where this is. We're not going to put this here. Should we rotate it? We got nothing else to spend our gems on. That's true. And the main reason I wanted it common was for the possibility of throwing it down at the beginning, which we did, but we did happen to get the shovel right at the very beginning. We were lucky in that regard, not so lucky on the Lost and Found otherwise. We do still need the Lost and Found if it has an increased likelihood of giving us the key. But if we could put it like in a corner somewhere, that would be better. It is one of those things where, like, I'm not sure It doesn't help that I've had bad luck when it comes to the Lost and Found. Why do I keep getting the repellent with the Lost and Found? I would be more intrigued about putting the Lost and Found down more often if the game wasn't so insistent on giving me the repellent every single time we put it down. We have yet to put the Lost and Found down and not got repellent with it. It's insanity. Ugh. And we want the closed exhibit too. I know. We'll put the mailroom down. At some point here, we want to do the closed exhibit, but we need the back exposed. We keep getting it on the edge. There has to be an increased likelihood of you getting the closed exhibit on the sides, right? Because we get it more often than not on the edges. We've only gotten it in the middle, I think, twice. What, the closed exhibit or the repellent? I'm aware that I've been alerted that the repellent is just me. If I wasn't streaming and you guys weren't here to tell me that the repellent doesn't just automatically come with the Lost and Found, I would assume it did. I would assume the repellent just comes with the Lost and Found, always. Alright, we have a lot of reading to do. We have the mailroom. Look at all these new letters. Look at all these new stamps. Are we gonna... Oh, I need the magnifying glass. It's back in the workshop. We do have the magnifying glass, though, but we gotta go get it out of the workshop. We're gonna have to come back. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we've read the first two. This stamp we can't see, so I'm assuming it's an unimportant stamp. Aha! We do have a new stamp, though. A stamp we've not seen before. And if I was going to look at this stamp, I would assume this was yellow. So I would assume it was Arch Aries. Stamps and their colors do not mix. All right, what's going on in this one? We got a 9 up and a 3 up. Simon. Not sure if you paid too much attention to the machine in the booth in the lab, but I figured I could save you some frustration if you've been fooling with it. This contraption is the central control for power lines that run externally from the house. In the past, we've served as an emergency power source for the local community, as we have modest hydroelectric capabilities with the steam turbine. I see. 9 up and 3 up. Great. So far, we're 3 for 3 of letters giving us information we already had. If you want to use it, you'll need to first turn on the turbine in the boiler room, utilize our steam ducts to connect to the turbine to the lab. This isn't required, of course, and I can't think of any reason in which you'd have to use the boiler to reach room 46, but feel free to play around with it should you feel inclined to experiment. Thanks, Randolph. Simon, in case it's useful to you, there's a rough diagram of the steam duct system. Due to the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we ended up building the duct system to be quite flexible, and if you look along the ceilings in many rooms, you will find many of them have those ducts. As long as you align these rooms together in an uninterrupted string, power can be transferred from room to room, even if the boiler room and its intended designation are on opposite sides of the house. I don't think we ever got very far. I mean, we've done 2, maybe 3 lengths of duct systems from the boiler room. But I don't think I was doing it on purpose. It just happened to be what we were drawing. See, here's another stamp. Okay, so the non-stamps are just the same usual color. This patterned stamp. Simon, let me know if I'm writing you too much. I've never been too good at gauging where the line of impropriety is, and for all I know, maybe the help I'm offering you with these letters is unwanted. Maybe you are perfectly fine without my help. It's been a bit of a moral quandary for me as I've written these, and as I am fairly certain your uncle didn't want us to assist you on your quest. Quote, assist you. That's what I say when I'm streaming. I have a lot of viewers who, in quote, assist me. I cannot imagine playing this game by myself. This is such a better game when you're playing it with other people. Am I right? Yes. MP agrees. Let's see. Still, if it was that important, I have to believe he'd have the foresight to specifically instruct us not to interfere. Nothing ever deterred him from that level of supervision in the past, and after working alongside him for over a decade, I like to at least imagine that we were friends and that I knew him well. In conclusion, I think we would have found the level of help I have offered well within the acceptable range. I haven't spoken too much about him since his departure, and I know you didn't know him that well, but as soon as you're ready, I am going to have plenty of stories to tell. He was a fearless businessman with the greatest respect for invention. Of all the laboratories I have worked in, I can tell you Mount Holly was a gem, and I'm hoping that we can continue that work once you've taken up the reins. But I won't get ahead of myself. You still have to find the 46th room. I'm way ahead of you, Randolph. It's a little weird that you do keep sending these letters when you have no idea when I'm going to receive them, and you should know that better than anybody. All right, what else? What else we got going on here? Dear Simon, after giving it some thought, decided I'm going to continue helping you. I also just had a small chat with the probate lawyer, and he assures me there's nothing in the Baron's instructions that would preclude me from offering you my modest assistance. So let me tell you what I know. Thanks, Randolph. You couldn't have asked the lawyer before you started sending all these? About a week before Sinclair died, something rather curious happened. A few lab assistants were called by Mrs. Babbage, the house manager, to remove several floor plans from Sinclair's drafting studio. Typically, all of the unused floor plans are kept there, and I have never heard of them being moved to another location, nor would I presume to guess the reason for such an action. I'm not sure which floor plans were removed or where they were moved to, save one, which I was instructed to remove myself. Assuming it was not moved again after I hit it, you should be able to find it in the observatory, hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope they're in! What? If there was a reason behind the removal of these floor plans from the drafting studio, hopefully this will serve as the first illuminating step toward finding out why. What the hell? Thanks, Randolph. I'm glad I decided to take you up on your offer for your letters. All right. Another new letter. Another new stamp. We got our Raja stamp. Well, shoot, what is that yellow one then? Was the yellow one... Was this the Morajai? I can't tell what it says. We need to go back and get the... I mean, either way, I want to collect the rest of my stamps, so we need to go back and get the magnifying glass. MP! It saddens me, as usual, that you leave us promptly at the same time every day. But we are happy to have you with us for when we do. And so with that I say, so long, farewell, sleep well, and we will see you next time, hopefully. Good night, MP. Good night. And, of course, a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you have not yet already. Be like MP, be like Wally and Cerebral. Hit that like button if you haven't yet already. We do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share all the good things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we got a letter here mentioning Kirk Darren. Excellent. Smash that like button. But don't break your computer or your phone. Hey, Simon, I'm going to assume at this point you've likely reached the upper ranks of the house and run into our keycard security doors. These are actually a fairly new addition to the house that were designed by Kirk Darren and myself, and were installed after an unfortunate incident 2 years ago when some of your uncle's correspondence was stolen by a member of the staff who had somehow managed to reach a room that they should not have been able to find. Well, we know who that is. We're still not 100% sure how he got past the antechamber seals. What do you mean? There's no security system involved here. You just have the levers randomly spawning inside your magic house. It's so easy to accidentally stumble upon all this stuff. It was clear after that episode that not every member of the staff should have unchecked access to the higher ranks of the estate. It's important to note here that in my own experience, I have found every other member of the staff to be extremely trustworthy and unwavering in their loyalty to your uncle. It's now actually talking about the security card doors. Yeah, we noted this early on, that the security card doors tell you the rarity, which is actually kind of helpful if you're doing the archives, because you can tell how rare the archive room is in question. Still, after that incident, we decided to err against our own confidences and opted to install a state-of-the-art security system, issuing keycards to only the most trusted member of the senior staff. If you find the security doors become an annoyance while you are attempting to navigate the house, you should be able to lower their frequency from the security terminal, and there is even a nifty trick to unlock them by utilizing the utility closet in conjunction with the security settings. Thanks, Randall. Thanks. Simon, following up on the map I created outlining the steam power duct system, I thought it would be helpful to provide you with a corresponding map for gas power, which is an outdated system that currently is only utilized outside the house and location on the grounds. This is just for the brazier, yeah? Hope this helps. It didn't, Randolph. It didn't. But it would have, I guess, if we hadn't found it yet. Simon, just in case it wasn't explicit in my emails, I decided to contact DC Power directly and get some additional usage instructions for the VAC system they installed. This information is actually as much for me as it is for you, as I often spend 10 minutes in the utility closet just pressing random buttons until coming up with a desired result, but I rarely understand exactly how it is I get there. After half an hour on hold, I finally got to speak with the technician who personally designed the system and compiled a list of helpful operating instructions. I'll add the material on a separate sheet I'll include with this letter. As always, hope this helps you, Randolph. Indeed, this is helpful information if we didn't already know it. That was a fun puzzle. Greetings, Simon. Hope all is going well on the estate. I was discussing my communications with you with another fellow technician, Kimberly Thompson, and she has suggested I disclose to you the locations of the drafting strategy issues she personally found in the estate. The above is the list according to her, so I can't personally vouch that these are accurate. We still have to read the last two. What stamp is this one? Oh, it's the same as the other one. Are we still missing one stamp? There's at least two here that we have not gone yet. Oh, we technically still need the Costa Rica stamp. We've seen it. Wait, where did we see the Costa Rica stamp? Was that on... Where did we see it? Was it in the tomb? We've seen it before. We need a magnifying glass it still. Simon, if I'm going to be mentioning members of the staff, perhaps I should give you a brief introduction. Mrs. Ann Babbage is the house manager and my boss. Kirk Darren is the head of security. Randolph Moore, the lead lab technician, network admin, humble author of these letters, Kimberly Thompson, lab assistant, and helpful sidekick. Chef de Camp, head of kitchen, maker of tasty meals. Hartley Ryota, the Baron's personal valet. Christoph, the chauffeur. And Robert Nagula, the new groundskeeper. There are a handful of other names among the various live-out and seasonal service staff, but due to their infrequent mention, I thought it best to omit them from this cursory introduction. Oh, you're probably right. It probably was in the icebox. Shoot, man. So, unless we find that stamp somewhere else, we're gonna have to go back to the freezer at some point. I guess we could get the freezer today. This would be a great day to get the freezer. Well, no, not exactly, because we are using the gems for rotating the rooms. We'll see. We'll see. Another successful experiment. Another letter. You have certainly been keeping yourself busy, as I've spent the last few days racking my brain trying to come up with new clues for you. I'm reminded of your mother's aptly named book, A New Clue, and how fiendishly she hid the clues for her readers within its pages. Don't worry, I won't be hiding my clues for you in imagery or requiring you to comb the text with a magnifying glass. The truth is that I'm not nearly as clever or creative as she was. The best I could muster trying to be cryptic and mysterious would be something like break the bricks in the weight room with something that has a handle and is very heavy. I am afraid that, in spite of my best efforts, the result is not quite cryptic and even less mysterious. I suppose I'll leave the riddles to your great uncle and his niece. Excellent. Dear Simon, as I've been running out of ideas of my own, yesterday I asked Kirk Darren if he had any additional security advice I could pass on, and to my surprise he gave me an envelope and directed me to include it in my next correspondence to you. I did not ask him what it contained, so I'll be very curious to hear from you after this is all over and find out whether or not it was of any use. Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay. The numbers 6, 7, and 9 do not appear in any of the fixed combinations of the safes on the estate. Is this a blue note? Safe code D8. Date. There is a safe on rank 10. Speaking of being cryptic. Simon, I can't think of any reason you'd need to access the server administrator controls before I return, but your father has mentioned your interest in computers, so I have a feeling you may be a bit more hands-on than your great uncle. You'll find the admin terminal in Blackbridge Grotto, a small cavern sealed, much like the story, off of the East Drive. I believe I've previously explained how to restore power to the grotto in one of my earlier letters. However, keep in mind that accessing the terminal requires an admin key. That's a story we haven't read yet. I'm assuming he's talking about the Blackbridge book that we still need to check out. Unfortunately, I won't be able to set up one for you until I return, but your admin key will eventually be Jones! Or if you prefer, we could use a pseudonym. I'm sure we'll discuss it in greater detail when I return. He does very conveniently have an appropriate name for his password. The first thing I would be like, Ranoff, listen, okay? We have got to change all of your guys' passwords. Your admin keys are ridiculous. Just choose a random set of numbers and letters and memorize them. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're caught up. Now, there's still 2 more letters to come here. Now, we have the mailroom down already. If we get the other 2 letters, I'm assuming they're not going to be here, right? We're going to have to draw the mailroom at least one more time. Or will they be here if I come back? I don't know who would have delivered them. That'd be weird. Really? So someone is sneaking in? A mailman sneaks in to the house while I'm wandering around? That's ridiculous. If they'd had like a chute, you know what? That would have been a super simple thing that they could have done. They should have had like a chute system that's like right here. And then that could easily explain how the letters are suddenly popping in. All right then. Well, that's good. So we need to put down 2 shops. We need to put down 2 shops so we can come back and read the rest. Should we try to get over to the workshop and get the magnifying glass? I mean, we could wait. We could wait for the last two letters. Maybe one of the final two letters will have Kararika on it. We have got to hope that we have at least one bending room to get back into the workshop. Because we're going to try to get to the workshop from here. Alright, well, we got one. Would the Mechanarium be worth putting down? How many rooms do we got? Not really. The thing is, I don't like the idea of closing this off. The Mechanarium should... I can't remember, actually. We've got two other rooms. Three? We got three other rooms. This should at least give us one other door going east or north, right? Let's go in and do the Mechanarium room. Screw it. Yay! And one bonus door. Alright, let's get the magnifying glass. But now I'm going to want to immediately go back to the mailroom. Still need to find the security room. Observatory! Yeah. Oh, no! I want all three of these rooms! Oh, come on. I guess we're going to do the observatory because we don't have to rotate it. But we need the library. We need to check out our next book. What's funny is that the observatory is one of the rooms I want to put down with the monk. I want to try. So gymnasium we could put down. Should we just put it here? Yeah, let's let it go straight. Office would give us gold. I don't know what we would need gold for. Obviously, we get at the showroom. Might need gold. We haven't spent it on anything yet. We haven't put down any shops yet. We're gonna do the gymnasium. Is there shoes in here? That'd be great. Come on, give us shoes. I can't see over there. I want to wait because we want to go in here, see what we got. That would be why I never saw the preface. Is that why? No. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't take a screenshot of it. It had to have been... There's no way I skipped it just thinking that it wasn't necessary. But then again, this was one of the earliest books that we... Because why would I take a screenshot of the first page, but then not the second page? Because even if I thought that only this information is useful, you would think I'd skip the first page too. I don't know. But I did take a screenshot of it when we checked it out from the library. Got a lot of goodies. Well, that's good. We got the sale in a good time. Okay, so it's up here? Oh yeah, look at that. There's like a door. Is that what we're looking at? Well, that's not gonna help me. How do I turn it? Would have thought it would have been the other way around. Is that low enough? I'm assuming I need to move it back for it to work in the future, right? You wouldn't be able to see very many stars like this. No, wrong way. A planetarium! Yes! The estate has a planetarium? That's amazing. I love planetariums. Is it cool? Yes, please. I want to go to a planetarium. I want to go to a nice planetarium. The next time Cleo and I vacation out west, I think we're going to stop at the planetarium in Chicago. Alright. Alright, we're good. I didn't miss any stars? Everything's good? Well, now we need to put that down. We need shops. We need shops. Speaking of shops, let's put the kitchen down, because we need steps today. We need steps. Do we want to spend all of our money on steps? Or do we want the armory? We don't have the hammer yet. Shoot. I don't know. Man, we still need the security room, too. We're going to start running into keycard doors. I was thinking of that because the billiard room could potentially give us the keycard. If the billiard room does have the keycard, we got to go back to the utility closet to turn the power back on. Let's do kitchen. We need a shop. Alright. We need one more shop. And we've got the main course glazed salmon. So we need to get an aquarium down at some point. So we'll hold off eating until we get the aquarium. Man, this would have been a great day for a special dish for the number of rooms. We'll hold off buying any of this stuff for the moment. Ah, no shoes. Dang it. We got the commissary. Armory or commissary? What else could we use? Commissary could give us the sleeper mask, which would help. Commissary could maybe give us the shoes. I'm not 100% sure on that. We already have two ways to go on the west that I'm kind of inclined to do the armory, just so it's facing the right. Although we have so many gems, if we really wanted to, we could just turn the commissary that way. Let's get the commissary, but I am going to turn it to the right. Come on, shoes. Yes! Shoes! We got some shoes! And a sledgehammer. That kind of worked out perfectly. Alright, so we got our 2 letters now. So we can go back to the mail room and read them. Let's go and do this room real quick. Library! Library! Yes! Yes! A nice library with windows. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna do this real quick. There's something else in here, apparently. Alright, we need the Curse of the Black Bridge. Check out. What are we hearing? Oh, I'm sad. I wanted to get a screenshot of my collection. We could finish this off. We should have gone and looked at the letters first. Yeah, we should get the remaining, well, the stamps that we have available. Gosh, I hope there's a Costa Rica one on the last letters. Yeah, we'll come back and look at the logbook, because I want to get a screenshot of my stamp collection. Ooh, I mean, I want to put the aquarium down because we need it for the dining room. The study would be great today. Oh shoot, I don't know. This is kind of a crappy location for the study. Oh damn. Shoot. I think we're gonna go Electric Eel Aquarium, and we're gonna go up north here, because if we can unlock the next tile, then as soon as we get the dining room, we can eat. Another letter? That can't be possible. How many more letters do we need? Interesting. I thought we were at a cap. Unfortunately, I do not have only 2 green rooms. Well, that's pointless. Doggone it, man. Usually we're so good on getting a battery, especially in like a second workshop. Man, the battery would have been perfect. How many tomorrow rooms do we have? We have 1, 2. Is that it? Just 2? Could potentially be handy. We'd get 3, but let's do conservatory. Alright, we're getting way, way far away from the mailroom at this point. It's almost feeling like we might as well double down. But we need to get the dining room down at some point. Somewhere. We do need to eat. We might have to stop back into the kitchen and buy some food. Okay, interesting. Well, the weight room's already rare. Archives... we have found that the archives is really, really nice to have for doing the experiments. Getting the letters, well, we're at the point where we don't need letters anymore. Getting stars, getting allowance would also be really good. Should we just leave it the way it is? I definitely don't want to make it more common. Nah, we're going to make it rare. We're going to make it rare. It's just going to be one of those things where, like, I am going to want to use the archives for experiments at some point, and then I'm going to be sad that it's rare. But then again, the weight room is rare too, and we get that plenty of times. Dormitory. Sure, why not? Each time you enter the dormitory after drafting an easel room, you gain 10 steps, which could be good for us today. If we actually ventured back to it. The problem is that you have to go back inside of it, don't you? Which is kind of the inconvenient part. Showroom. What would we want in the showroom? The only thing I can think of that I would definitely want out of the showroom would be the pendant for tomorrow. I don't know why else I would want it. The compass we don't really need. What else? What else do we have? Let's see. We don't need the gem bracelet. Although would the gem bracelet make it so we basically... Well, again, we don't really need it, though. Silver spoon would be good. Silver spoon would be excellent if we could get it. Oh, we might have to put the showroom down just on the off chance that we could get the silver spoon. Yeah, let's do it. Supposedly another letter has been sent. Come on, silver spoon. Yes! We got it! Nice! Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. Let's do that too. Why not? Although that's not going to leave us much gold for eating. I was going to say this could be good, so we could... shoot, what am I saying? It's not like we can re-roll freely right now. If we had gotten the study, the chronograph might be good. I am curious about the emerald bracelet. It's gotta work. Well, no, it just says floor plans, doesn't it? So this wouldn't even work for rotating, would it? Even though I feel like it should. The only thing it says is you do not have to pay the gem cost of floor plans. Would that include rotations? Would it include re-rolls from the study? That would make the emerald bracelet insanely OP. If you could use it to rotate and re-roll, you'd have an endless supply of re-rolls, unless there's a limit. Not that we can afford to get it right now anyways. I'm just curious. I'm just pondering. Alright. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Is Cerebral still be right back, or did she just simply not say that she was back? What am I hearing? What did I not pick up? Money. More money. Yeah, we really need the dining room. Oh, the planetarium! Oh, this is a terrible place for it. Oh, I think I'm... Oh, shoot. I don't want to dead end us over here. I think I'm going to rotate and do the treasure trove. We'll have to put a pin in the planetarium. If you call it a day in the planetarium, gain 2. Okay, that's good to know. We need to read about the planetarium. We'll wait until we place it. Well, this is going to give us plenty of money for food. We still need to get back to the mailroom. It's fine, it's fine. Come on, we need a dining room. Give us a dining room. Alright, this is our first black box in here. Boxes marked with the moon always contain false statements. How true can that possibly be? Let's see if that lines up. Let's see if that lines up. Well, we know this one's false, so that's true. I think we've only ever had a moon. So technically speaking, as of right now, that green memo is correct. Boxes marked with moons contain false statements. But will it always contain false statements? I don't know. Ah, shoot, this is a moon! Well, this memo was completely meaningless. This game loves doing the paradox statements. Alright. So this can't possibly be true. Even though technically it is, if this is a false statement. Whatever. It's fine. We got the throne room again. I don't know if I want to spend 15 steps on it, though. I don't know if there's a reason to go back in. Like I said, I wanted to see if there was anything about it from behind. Yeah, we're not gonna waste 15 steps on this. Both of these frickin'... Dang it, that sucks, though. We're gonna dead-end ourselves. If we don't put the throne room down, we're dead-ended. Doggone it. Then it's only gonna leave us with 9 steps, and we still have no dining room. We'll be able to stop into the kitchen to get a bunch of steps. Is it worth putting this tea here for 15 steps? Man, I don't know. I mean, we want to go back to the mailroom anyways. Maybe we'll just end our run here. The tunnel in the corridor is so pointless here. Okay. Whatever. Give me a turnip game. I want a turnip. Alright, so yeah, we were gonna head back anyways. We'll head back. I guess we're gonna go out and buy some food, because we are running low on steps. If we get the if we get the dining room, I mean that'll be 60 steps. And we'll probably be good for the rest of the game, even with spending them. Should we buy some more gems? I mean, we do have 50% off. Let's go and buy some gems. Just in case. Okay. So let's stop in the kitchen? Or do we go north of the passageway and just hope? I don't know. We're running really low. I feel like we're going to need to buy some food. Everything's super cheap. We're definitely not going to have to worry about steps at this rate. Even more so if we do get the dining room. We're super close to the utility closet. We could put the dark room down. And then, go restore the power. We could put the quest bedroom down and try to make our way into the antechamber. We have the left door open right now. And the laundry room wouldn't be terrible either. We could get a crap ton of gems. Not that we need them. But maybe if we got the freezer, which we do want. And we would, if we got the freezer specifically to try to get that letter, we can make the burning glass, can't we? This is a tough call. But I mean, what we have right now would be fine. I'm almost kind of wanting to do this. Not that we need more steps at this point. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna rotate. We're just gonna do the dark room like I suggested at the start. And we'll go restore the power. Alright, let's see. I mean, honestly, do we need to restore the power? We could go ahead and head to the mail room. And maybe we'll get a room that connects to the dark room. Hopefully, considering we're running out of ways to go right now. Actually, I'm really glad I put that down. Why didn't I think about that? I would have been limiting myself to just north of the Foundation, so it's probably good that we didn't do the other rooms. Alright, let's restore the power. Just in case. Alright, we're going to the mailroom. Going to the mailroom. Let's see what we got. It's making it seem like we got 4 new letters, but let's see. Let's count how many we have here. Well, we have the dad letter, but this is always here, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we only got the 2 extras. Alright. Simon, if you do end up accessing the admin controls in the Blackridge Grotto, I'm sure you'd notice that the sealed circular door to the left of the terminal. As you likely have already concluded for yourself, this door can only be opened if 3 different microchips are inserted into this central pedestal. No, not yet. There's 2 stamps here I need to look at. Normally, all 3 microchips are kept secured in 3 locations, but I decided to make it easy for you and have left one of the microchips in the grotto for ready access. However, you will have to find a new clue or 2 to find the others. That's what I named my new clue stream. I named it a new clue or 2. That's silly. Hey, there's our final stamp too. Nice, we don't have to go to the freezer. Simon, I'm honestly very impressed with the number of experiments you've been successful in executing. I certainly wasn't expecting to write this many letters when I started our correspondence. Frankly, I'm not quite sure what other advice I can offer in the blind without knowing directly what the challenges are you currently facing on the estate. For all I know, you've long since reached room 46 and are just continuing your unaccompanied exploration, Stag, happy and free of the maids and staff crowding the halls and getting in your way. I can't say I blame you, and I'm sure the other members of the household are quite enjoying their extended vacation. Speaking strictly for myself, however, I cannot wait to get back and begin working with you directly. Helping you through these letters has only whetted my imagination, and to be candid, our collaboration in this correspondence has reminded me so much of working with Mary. I know she's proud of you. Until the day I return, Randolph. Aw. I hope Randolph's not secretly a bad guy or something. Okay, there's our Puerto Rico stamp. Alright, so this is definitely answering one of the thoughts we have for the sigils. Okay, Vera. Vera is the turtle. But yeah, you can see why, like, if you didn't have other extra information, you would assume Vera is the color yellow. And you would probably assume, and you could just as easily assume Arch Aries is, like, purple. You know? But yeah, I'm assuming they did that on purpose. So you had to find all the information from different sources. There's a cool clue within the turtle. Well, I've taken a screenshot of the zoom in, but if we can look at it in the library has a nice, clearer version of the stamps that I might get some screenshots of. And then, here it is. And here is Raja. So, is there an achievement for collecting the stamps? Because we should have all of them now. Is there not an achievement? Oh, I see. No one ever finds it. I mean, surely anybody who is trying to complete their stamp collection finds it, right? Hmm. Well, did answer one thing for Araja. I'm assuming it's rainy. So there's our rainy. Here's our rain. Bustling city. So would it be... Well, I don't know. What did we already write down for Araja? That is helpful, though. We're going to have to pull back out our sigil notes. Because we've actually learned several new things from these stamps. Is there anything else of use on the Corica one? Doesn't feel like it. We already knew that it was snowy. I guess Costa Rica is the same way too, huh? You would might if you had seen this without seeing. Yeah, the stamps only give you certain particular information, not all of it. But yeah, I suppose that's a good thing. All right, I'm assuming we're done in the mailroom, outside of like drawing it just for the sake of getting next day packages. All right, let's venture north. At some point here before the day ends, I'd like to go back down to the sanctum room. This is kind of making me want to go. Obviously, we could do bedroom. I'd rather go left. So, yeah, we're gonna go left. Get some more gems. If we can get the freezer at the end, that'd be great. I always keep hoping for the freezer at the end, and we've only ever managed to pull that off once. The blue box contains the gems. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the blue box is true. Excellent, excellent. All right. I guess let's continue on. We still have yet to get the security room. I don't know if we're gonna get the security room at this rate. Oh man, yeah. We would have to solely hope that the dark room gives us a north way if we want to do the quest bedroom. Office. I mean, we don't really need the gold at this point. Armory, we don't need the mace. The shield would be good if we get the archives. Sure, why not? Let's get another non-existent letter sent to the mailroom. We could get this. I don't know why we would need it outside of obtaining the freezer. If we could get like the freezer and the sauna, this could be helpful. Yeah, sure, why not? Well, this is starting to get silly. Can we get the vault key in the music room? I would assume so. What are the odds of getting a vault key? Billiard room. If we got the key card, I'd be very, very tempted to go back and restore the power, because we're gonna be having really bad luck not getting the security room. Okay. Let's do some math. I'm always looking forward to math. Let's do some math. Okay, so this is telling me that we will do the squared on the positive after the subtraction. But do we do -4 plus 1? And then do we do a negative times a negative at that point? Or do we do a negative? I would assume so. did get the key card. We got the key card. Cerebral, you were gone forever. You've missed everything. Alright, I feel like the logical thing to do would be to go back to the closet right now and turn off the power, on the off chance that we don't get the security room. We're going to be wasting some steps to do that, but we still have the dining room to look forward to. If we could just get the bloody dining room. Or turn on the power. The problem is that I have the power off right now. Oh my gosh. Is that gonna have to be a daily occurrence? Oh, the battery's right here. Shoot. If only we had gone in there. Is there any reason we would need the power shovel or the power hammer? I mean, we know that there's a spot in the secret garden. I assumed he was... I don't know. I don't know anymore. Is there something to break in the bunk room? If there is, that's news to me. I'm trying to decide whether or not we should go back. We're only 3 tiles away from the workshop right now, so we could go build the power hammer. I think he's saying that it's a fun clue that Vera has the turtles, which clues I'm assuming you into the fact that that's the turtle travel aspect of Vera. Well, I don't know what you're talking about with the bunk room. Now you've completely confused me. Oh. Have I seen this? Was it in the journal? Let's go ahead and make this while we're here. Unless we need that for something else. Did we need that for anything else? Oh, I see. It's one of the VHS tapes. Did I take screenshots of the VHS tapes? I don't know if I did. I took screenshots of every VHS tape in the security room. I don't know if I did in the bunk room. Be curious. Was I smart enough to put the said screenshots of the VHS tapes into the bunk room folder, though? I don't think I did. I'd have to go back through my old screenshots. We didn't do any spreading, did we? I don't think so. Alright, let's go north here. Well, we got all the letters, Cerebral. You missed that. We got the planetarium. We got the planetarium blueprint tile. What else did we do? Speaking of the planetarium, speaking of the bunk room, the game is listening to us. Should we go ahead and do the planetarium? We'd have to hope. The game is definitely listening to us. I mean, it's either that or we put the aquarium down just so we can go north. We have one other way we can go, which is the billiard room. But it does not leave us a ton of options. But I'm curious. And we could also do the whole call it a day in there and gain 2 stars. Well, we only just got the planetarium. We literally just unlocked the planetarium. There's a trophy in here. This is fun. Oh, this was our last room? I was like, this is kind of a weird trophy. You just get a trophy for finding the planetarium? Well, this is apparently the last room that we had. So there's no more rooms in the game? That makes me a little sad. Explorer's Trophy for completing the Mount Holly directory. In recognition of traversing every corner of the house. Huzzah! What do we have here? A survey of the constellations observed at the Mount Holly Observatory. The North Star, Twin Stars, the Slice, Diamondus Minor, Southern Cross, Twins, Diamondus Minor. Is this everything we've seen? Every combination we've come across? I would think there'd be more pages. Other notable night skies observed. First appearance of both Diamondus Minor and Major in the same sky. 7 different constellations observed in a single night, and new constellations spotted. 50. Okay. Well, let's see. The planetarium, a circular theater featuring a dome-shaped projection screen upon which scenes of the stars and galaxies allow viewers to experience the splendor of the heavens. How many times have we put the observatory down? 32. 32 times. That's too many stars. Too many stars in the sky. So, is this what we have seen personally? And just coincidentally fits perfectly on the page here? Is this unique sightings? Like, if we come back here, will we see more? Or is this literally the possibilities? So at 40, we'll have 7 different constellations observed in a single night? Or did we already do that? Because didn't we do that earlier today? Didn't we see 7? Or 6? We saw a lot today. Is there anything else I can do in here? Can I sit down? I think one of my first priorities is to update the planetarium with some newer technology. Let's just stay in here for a while. It's totally fine. Maybe this is what Cleo and I should build. Should we build a planetarium in our house? Or add on to our house a planetarium? We were thinking about building a home theater add-on. But maybe we'll do both. Maybe we'll build a home theater / planetarium. Does that sound fun? That sound like a good idea? Alright, is there anything else? Am I missing anything in here? Is there anything I can do with this? Yeah, the planetarium should totally have its own special view the starry sky music. I'm noticing some of these stars are 3D. Maybe the technology in here is more advanced than I thought. It's either that or some clear screens are around this thing. Some like curtains. You know what I'm talking about? Alright, well, tell me if I'm missing anything in here. I'm going to leave now, I guess. There's got to be something else to this, other than just this note. I mean, this does alert us to the fact that we're going to see something new very soon. We only have 2 more stars to 50. So we need to do some more observatorying. Is there? There's something else? Has Wally thought of something? I see. I see. This is fun. I like it. It's good. It's good. Not enough rich people in real life are interested enough in planetariums. Because if I was a millionaire, I 100% would build this onto a house. I would build it into a house. I would build a house, but I would definitely build a planetarium in the bloody thing. Right? Gosh, it would be so cool, too. I would get, like, the best end projection system, too. It'd be like an IMAX theater, but with the entire screen on the ceiling. There's some pretty sad planetariums out there. They're usually old ones that were built a long time ago and they haven't been updated. Because anytime we've gone to a museum and I've seen that they have a planetarium, I always say we have to go. But I think I've ended up being more disappointed more times than not at going in and finding out that it's like an old planetarium. They haven't kept it up. It's got old technology, a bad projection system, a bad screen. For some reason, planetariums, they tend to get a lot less love at museums. They don't take the time and funding to update them or renovate them. What am I doing? Where are we going? Yeah. You'll get some that are still black and white. You'll get some that are like low res. You'll get some that have screens that are really bad, or the projectors aren't bright enough. Yeah, there's been lots and lots of planetariums that I've been to that have been super, super disappointing. Oh, look at what we missed. Still haven't gotten the dining room. Wait, did we get... Oh my gosh, we have the dining room! Ugh. For some reason, I had that in my mind that was on a previous day. Man. Well, we're about to get a ton of steps. But yeah, we could have grabbed this while we were already down here. I think it would make sense for schools to have schools should have planetariums in general. Maybe cut a little bit of that funding out of the sports program and build a planetarium. So us nerds can go enjoy some space. Okay, drafting studio is pointless. But we need to put it down. That sucks. Alright, what else are we trying to get at this point? We got the library. We've got our next book checked out. We got the planetarium. That was good. We got the mail room. We got every letter. We've got our stamp collection. Oh, I want to go back to the library to look at our stamp collection. No. I have not stumbled upon a scorched sundial. Turn the base of these... I think we actually still have it open. Yeah, we do. Turn scorched sundial base. Turn scorched sundial base. You saying I could figure it out? Well, this sucks. I guess we're done. How lame. Two dead end... Well, two straights and a dead end. I mean, you're sure? So it's something that we could have already figured out. Is it the observatory? Is it talking about the telescope? Is that a scorched... Is that a scorched sundial? Can you turn the base of it? I don't know what else we have that would be dealing with the sun. We could do it in this run. We still have to go down to the sanctum room. Ah, shoot. I closed it by accident. A scorched sundial. So yeah, there's no point. None of these things matter. We'll just do the closet, I guess. Didn't get the freezer, sadly. I mean, we didn't need the freezer for the stamp. Freezer just would have been nice. If we got the freezer there, even if we had ways to go north, I'd probably end up just doing the freezer. All right. Scorched sundial. I'm assuming observatory, the telescope is not correct. Otherwise, you'd tell me if I'm on the right path, right? Scorched sundial. Think. I'm thinking. And it's gonna have a base. The base of a scorched sundial that needs to be turned. Okay. Is it up here? Am I looking at these rooms pointlessly? Because if we can actually do it in this run, so it's not up here. So it's either outside or it's down below. All right. Well, maybe we'll put a pin in it. Because I still want to run to the library real quick. And then we do need to head to the basement for the sanctum room. And I need to update my sigils list. All right, well, let me ponder on it a little bit. So you've just narrowed it down for me. So it's outside, but it's not in the basement. Okay. All right. Unless outside was getting colder too. I mean, I said outside or the basement. I mean, you have the torch chamber. That has fire in it. That looks kind of like a sundial, but that's the sigil for Orinda Ares. We will assume that it's outside. We still need to build other stuff. Shoot. Do we have things to build missing? Crap, I should have thought about that before. Yeah. And if I didn't, you saying that would tell me that I should have already. But yes, thankfully, I figured it out before you said that, Cerebral. I know, exactly. So if I hadn't already figured out, you basically just gave me the answer, that it's in the stamp. I don't like your fake non-hint hints. All right, what should we do first? So we can go outside, try to find the sundial. We can save the sigils for last. Shoot, man, should I have bought more steps? We don't really need steps, do we? We're at 58. We should be fine. Yeah, was there anything else? Because we're missing at least 3. So? It's still irrelevant to my point, which is that you basically told me if I had missed it. Sometimes you just need to let me dwell. Because at some point we would have gone back to the sigil pages, and I would have probably reviewed the stamps, even if I hadn't figured it out yet. And then it would have been a fun little aha moment while I'm actually filling out the sigils. But yes, I've already figured out. I saw it. I saw the bloody rain in the stamp. Can we make super shoes? I don't even know what I'm missing at this point. In terms of... Oh, we can make this. What is this? Pick sound amplifier? What? I hope I didn't need either of those tools. Pick sound amplifier. Greater chance of picking high sensitivity locks. What's a high sensitivity lock? I hate you, Cerebel. I hate you so much. There's no sun out here. There's no sun. I'm an airplane. Now I'm in a race car. We're just being a 14-year-old boy. It's totally fine. Totally fine. I want to go out there. Hey, look. Our plushie's in here. Isn't that nice? We got to keep our plushie. What? Come on. So I needed the burning glass, or this thing, to actually do anything with it? Why? Oh, wait a second, hold on. Wait. Why was I able to burn 2 different spots on it? What does that mean? Okay. I see. Can I not move the other one? This is so silly. So it's literal. We scorched the sundial. What's to stop us from turning these 2 base plates without the scorches? They should have made it so you could turn these plates and just have it do nothing until you had scorched marks on it. Hold on. This top base has 2 small ones here. What are we trying to do right now? Because this clue just tells us to turn it. It doesn't tell us where to turn it. Oh, doggone it. Okay, that worked. What? What is happening right now? What? I can't turn it anymore. It's permanently open. This is insanity. Okay, well, these 2 puzzles were definitely related to one another. Well, now I know why we can still take these. How could they have possibly built a system that knew where you burned marks into it? That's what I want to know. What the hell is this? What? The satellite dish has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. New experimental data packets can now be uploaded to the laboratory from Cinca. And inbound electronic mail and communications from off-site will no longer be blocked. Oh. Shoot, man. What kind of door did we just open? Like, can we get Cinca emails to every terminal? Well, considering how long this day has taken, I don't think we're going to be getting to Christmas time. Oh, shoot. Should we go and... should we access this computer? This has been a very long day. The day never ends. Should we just do... Leeb? No. Satellite link operational. Inbound and outbound permissions and on off-site communications with Cinca are fully functional. So we need to get... I'm assuming we got to go back to each of these rooms now. Get more... Get new mail. What do we have right now? What computers can we access right now? We never put down security. I think we have the laboratory. Is there nothing else to check here? So we could access the laboratory. In the laboratory, we could access one other system, which I guess we might as well do the shelter for now. We have the laboratory off to the left. I think that's the only computer we have down, right? Ah, crap. We need to go back to the coat room. Ah, shoot. We should go do that now. We don't need this key anymore, right? Are we done opening rooms? We don't need this key. Okay. Master key checked. You know, it just occurred to me. We never got a single security card door. We got the key card, we restored the power. We never got a single key card door once. That's gotta be the first time that's ever happened. Well, outside the days where we dead-ended ourselves right at the very beginning. Alright, let's take a look-see. What am I looking for? How do we access the sync of stuff? I know we've looked at it a couple different times. I don't remember what I was doing and where I was going. We actually got it pretty high for just 5. Do I need to use an alternate password? Do we need to use the HSS password? Oh, I have not been paying attention to these, have I? Or did I? I don't know. I don't remember. Nope, it says new. Have I not looked at any of these? I had to have looked at the first ones, right? Are they just talking amongst themselves? You should only be able to access data currently on the system. So if he does figure out the network password, he should be able to read my emails, or read any emails that were on the system on November 6th. As that is when satellite communications were shut down. I like that they're communicating through this. I'm getting anxious. Does anyone have any updates on Simon's progress? No real word on his progress yet, but it's very hard to say without access to the network from here. I'm monitoring a few things from the offices in Cinca, but it doesn't really paint a picture of what's happening over there. Your guess is as good as mine. More. Yeah. Can I talk to him freely now? It's been a month now. Does anyone know when we are expected to return to work? I know we don't have much information at this time about what's happening on the estate, but my sister is planning a trip in a week, and it'd be nice to know if this indefinite leave has any expected end date. Hey Bridget, thanks for checking in. It's a bit complicated, but the short answer is no, we don't really know when we will be going back to work. So by all means, take the trip and have fun. These indefinite furloughs only happen once in a career. Yes, and I'd like to add that even if Simon has found room 46, he will very likely want some additional time alone on the estate to adjust before he summons us back to resume work. If I were placing bets, I would say it's going to be at least another month, maybe longer. Close, Randolph, close. The description of the satellite. Was this hidden? Were these spread out along here? It seemed like we'd filled out. Was there a space here this whole time? New experimental data packets can now be uploaded to the laboratory from Cinca. And inbound electronic mail and communications from off-site like staff announcements will no longer be blocked. So the thing I just read. Did it? Okay. So we have new experiments that we can do. New experimental data packets. Can I do anything when I have this one experiment currently running? Did I do the data? Well, I read staff announcements. I did not do this. I read staff announcements, and that was it. But then I backed out because you told me to look at the description. Single data packet transfer, satellite status online, press enter to view available data packets. One data packet is currently available. Data packet source Cinca Labs, packet 001, advanced experiments. Collection of lab experiments designed for experienced technicians. Press E to download packet. Data packet context. 8 new experimental triggers. 8 new experimental effects. Ooh. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan. Each time you access a different terminal. First time you enter each room on rank 9. I'm assuming that's a new track? First time you enter each room on rank 9? Because wouldn't that be really limited? Wouldn't that only be like 4 possible experiments? Well, it says enter room, so would that... I guess that would include the antechamber. So you could do 5 experiments with that one? Each room you draft in the next 40 seconds? What? What? Each room with a fireplace you draft. Okay, that explains the fieriness that you see. Wait, how many? We have the den. Um, you have the den. You have the trophy room. How many rooms have fireplaces? That's not that many, is it? The next 10 times you view your map, lose 10 steps. The dining room has a fireplace. Is that it? Just 4 rooms? Each time you pull a different antechamber lever, and each time you draft a tomorrow room. Oh, that would be convenient. Lower the reservoir by 1. Interesting. I'm assuming that would just drain it out. Where is that water going? If you do lower the reservoir by 1, are you suddenly now going to have a permanent decrease of water available in the pump room? Or would it put it in one of the available tanks? Stock your pantry with fruit. Sure. Unseal one of the antechamber doors. Permanently increase your lock-picking skill. Ooh. That would be nice if we didn't already have the master key. Gain 1 random item, then set your keys to 0. Oh, okay. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Oh, that's an important one. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Gain 1 key for each 30 steps you have. Well, that's not very good. Lose half your steps, then gain 4 ivory dye. Well, one of those we definitely really want to do. But I'm assuming it's going to be the same as it is now, or it's just going to be completely random. So we're going to have to hope that we get that at some point. Okay. Cool. Cool. Very, very cool. Cool. Just making sure I have these screenshots, because I'm going to go throw these into my folders. Okay. Are we done? Are we caught up? We read all the staff announcements, and we activated the new possible experiments. We're going to have to come back here on another day. Alright, let's do some sigils. Should we do some sigils before we end the day? I don't know if there's anything else to do up here. Let's open up our sigil list. Alright, hold on. Oh my gosh. Alright, sigils. Sigils. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's take a look-see. What do we know now? I mean, we know a lot, potentially. Although I don't have those stamps in my stamps folder. They are in my screenshot folder. But let's take a look at them. Okay. So, we learned Eraja is rain. So we need our weather. Raja is rain. Now, we saw that Araja was bustling with cities. I don't know if the moats double or not. I mean, is it possible? Can we get more? I mean, there's a total of 8 for these moats. So I wouldn't think they would be. Can these be used more than once? Because I would want to put Metropol. But wait, we already have the flower, so I guess not. That stamp looks so bustling. But we'll assume it can only have one. Alright, what else do we know from this? I don't know. I don't know. We know that the turtle travel is going to go on Vera. And so Vera is pretty much done at this point. So, turtle back travel. Under Vera. With its short, stubby stubs, right? So Vera's done. We've got Vera completed. Let's see. What else did we learn? What else did we learn? We learned those 2 details from the stamps. Let's see. Roads, streets, carriages. So we only have 7 on here. So surely one of these is being reused? Oh wait, no, one of them is... Is that why? I don't know. Okay. We know that the train system was used for Arinda. Was it also used for... Fen? What did Fen use? Let's see. Oh, Fen used this, so I guess not. So Fen used roads, streets, and carriages. So we still have horseback, rough trails. Another sigil that uses 4 rays, however these will always be configured to suggest horse galloping. Camels, pack mules, arid and desert trails. I mean... We could still assume that this is... a Raja. So maybe we'll just make that a first guess. Wait, Raja doesn't look that way though. And what about Korarika? Korra, we're missing its moat. Is there something else I'm missing from this stamp other than it being snowy? And what do we not use so far? Orinda had the Metropolitan. Fen had Marshall. We've got Spiritual and Poetic. Assuming that each of these have at least one. So the only three that we have left should be Academic, Tribal, and Agriculture. Surely this is not an agricultural one. So I guess we could assume Katarika has to be either academic or tribal. Wait, which ones don't have anything then? Nuance, Katarika, and Morajai each need one for the moats. We have academic, tribal, and agriculture. We could, I mean, Nuance is looking pretty grassy. We could assume Nuance is agriculture. I mean, honestly, any of these could work. Any of those could work with Nuance, I feel like. So unless we need to read the details. Whether we could assume Nuance is windy. I would say that's probably a good guess. Probably a good guess. Let's do windy for Nuance. Come on. Now, if each of these are different too, then there should only put one more choice for Morajai. What have we not done for... What have we not done? Well, we've only got 7. What has had straight? Has any had straight? Lack of unusual or harsh weather? What do, cause Fen, I'm assuming Fen and Orinda had the same ones, right? I actually don't remember now. So we could assume the straight non-weather has got to be Morajai. We have gotten to a close point where we don't need any more information, with the exception of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, we're still missing two things. We're missing rays, and we're missing the moat. Everything else we could just do by guessing at this point. Puerto Rico. So we're missing rays and moats. Rays and moats. I mean, we can't tell much from it. Have we got Araja done? No, Araja still didn't have its rays. Puerto Rico. I can't get anything from this. Puerto Rico. Let's see. I mean, it could be horseback. There's no reason to not think it's horseback. We're still missing desert for one of these. Didn't I say that we were gonna just throw... I don't know. I just want one more answer for Puerto Rico before we move on. Because we could possibly go ahead and open every single one of these right now. But if we could figure out at least the one missing one from Puerto Rico, we could assume it might be tribal. Primitive realm, hunters and gatherers. Let's assume it's tribal. It's up in the harsh weather. Maybe it's tribal. All right. I think we are good. We are good. All right. All right. We're going to take this information and we're going to wander on down to the sanctum and see if we can open some of these places. Shall we? Shall we? I probably should have left that open. I wouldn't mind updating this information. Wouldn't mind updating the information as we find it. Alright, so we're wandering on in, running out of steps, but that's fine. We don't need steps. Don't need them. Although I do want to go back up and end the day in the planetarium. Then we'll have our 50 stars. And I thought we were going to have to collect some of these stamps through these areas. We don't need to. We've got all of our stamps now. Okay, let's try Arch Ares. Should we just go one by one and unlock all these? Okay, let's see here. Sigils. Okay, so Arch Ares, we do have to do a little bit of guesswork. We could assume it's a pattern based on the other patterns that we haven't used. That could narrow it down a little bit. Oh, and of course, a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've only confirmed and put up 3 rays of these. So we have 5 total rays that we've used, potentially, leaving 3 out. And I guess if we wanted to, we could also look at the description of the rays. Arch Ares is stormy. So we'll also have this on standby too. There wasn't one missing on a previous page, was there? No. Okay. So we'll have this on the ready as well. All right, let's see. Don't like that. Don't like that. Because, I mean, it could be horseback, I guess. We could try horseback to start with. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Which one of these changes the pattern? This is train system. Could it be train system? It really bugs me that this one changes. Is there a reason for that? It was train system. So our missing piece was the train system on Arch Ares. Yes, we did do the data packet, so we'll try to get that going on the next day. Alright, hold on. Let me bring this up, because I want to update it. There's not really technically a reason to need to update it. But I kind of want to update it anyways. Just for my own satisfaction. I got it. Whatever, that's fine. That's close enough. I guess I should have kept it at 100. I'll do 100. I'll do 100! Watch it fill in the entire thing, though. That's better. Much better. Alright, back to it. Alright, should we go through one by one and do each before we attempt to do any puzzles or anything like that? We could. What do you think? Should we do the puzzles after we do this, or should we go to each room and finish the sigils? Am I losing steps for going in and out of these rooms? I don't think so. Araja? Is this Araja? Alright, Araja we were also missing the rays for. But we should be now running to the point where we should be able to figure out the rays just from the missing information, right? We haven't used... Well, we still haven't used horseback. Alright, maybe it is the desert. That was what we were originally going to try to do. The stamp kind of threw us off. Whoops. Nope. Well, if it's not that... Because, yeah, obviously we're going to have at least one duplicated somewhere. I guess we'll try horseback. See, I feel like horseback would make sense with Cora. Nope. I am looking at the right one, right? Yeah, I am. Dang it. Which one are you, Araja? Unless I got a unless I got a bad detail somewhere else. Which one are you? I guess we can just start going through them one by one. What did we try? We tried arid, we tried horseback, and we tried roads. We've still got naval, aviation, and train. But we've used train. We've got train on 2 different systems already. Right? Don't we? This is why it doesn't make sense to me. It would have been, I would have thought it would have been one that we still needed, that we haven't used elsewhere. That's aviation. Yeah, I got it. What one have we not done? Aviation trains and turtleback. We're just gonna try them all. It drives me crazy that I keep having to switch that one though. Now hold on. So is this our 3rd train? Do we have 3 areas with train for ways of travel? I guess so. Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense. They are all next to each other. So they probably all have connected tracks. Or do they? Didn't they say they removed all the train tracks from Fen Ares? Why did they remove the train tracks from Fen Ares? Was it because one of them didn't join in? But why would... That still seems kind of foolish, doesn't it? Well, I mean, it's irrelevant. I already knew that the trains were part of Orinda. Well, we can just duplicate this one right now. I've got remnants of the mountain. How did I do that by accident? Well, that actually leaves Costa Rica with 2 options. I'm gonna assume it's gotta be horseback. Rough trails if it's in like mountainous, wintry areas. So we do. Is there a ray that's not used on any of these? Is the arid camel ray not on a single sigil? Why does it exist then? Why does it exist? Because Yeah, we're gonna assume that Costa Rica is this. We'll find out soon enough. It looks like a kitty cat. Right? This is give it a couple eyeballs. Costa Rica is a kitty cat. All right. So, if this is the case, then the rays are all good. The only thing that we're missing is the moats for Nuance and the moat for Morojai. Assuming that this is right. What one are we missing? That's definitely one of them. And that is not it. What's the other one that we're missing? This one. That's not it. Oh, doggone it. Why does the second ring change the outside too? There doesn't seem to be any weird puzzle system thing that makes the outside need to change. It just... Yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost on that. I need to go back to it. It probably was that. Actually, hold on. What moats are we missing? Is that what Wally was saying earlier? I think they did it to make it more annoying for you to guess the sigils. But it only does it to those two rings. It never does it anywhere else. It's weird. It would be one thing if it was doing, like, connected puzzle switches between, like, at least two sets of levers, but it only does it for the second lever. It doesn't do it anywhere else. See, when we first came into the first room and then I saw that the second lever turned two of them, I assumed we were going to have to remember certain patterns between multiple. No, I don't think so. This one only changes the symbol. Oh, this one changes the outside too. So wait, both of these just change the outside? So these two middle ones change the outside. Yeah. But that seems to be it. It's not changing anything else. The two middle wheels change the outside wheel. Alright, I've just completely jumbled all these up together. What room are we in again? Costa Rica. So I guess the moral is you don't change the outside one until you're done with the 2 inside ones. What were we doing? See, I don't know if because right now I'm assuming Puerto Rico is horseback, but I actually don't know that for sure. But I feel like it's gotta be, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's not, because right now the main thing we're guessing right now is the moats, but we don't have very many moats left. Assuming that we don't have duplicated moats, which I guess I don't know that. What moats are we not presently using? If we're sticking to that... Oh, no, didn't we decide that we thought, or at least I decided, didn't I think that it had to be tribal? Yeah, I think, okay, so Costa Rica, we were assuming probably was tribal. So let's just switch it to tribal. Because I feel like there was a game that we played not too long ago that had something similar to this, where you had to keep track of like 2 or 3 separate levers that were changing multiple things. It might have been Indiana Jones. No. And see, the thing is that if we don't know... See, now we have to wonder, is tribal the right answer? I actually don't know. I don't know if tribal's the right answer. So, did we get the other one wrong? Costa Rica might be the one that's the worst. Alright, we'll assume tribal for the moment. We could try the arid, but that doesn't make any sense. It's a winter area. There's no way it would be arid. Or hot. Is that what it means? Nope. Well, either we've got another duplicated ray, which is possible, or my moat is incorrect. What was the other 2 moats? Agricultural, which is harvest and farming based society and culture. Would that make sense for a winter area? Oh, I don't like that we have 2 out of Costa Rica that we're not sure on right now. And I don't know whether or not there's any duplicated moats. Nuance is still missing a moat. And Morajai is also missing a moat. I think, anyways. Alright, let's come back to Costa Rica. Because I don't know which of those is wrong. Alright, we don't have a moat for... We don't have a moat for Morajai. But why do I feel like academic makes sense for Morajai? Okay, so... Oh shoot, I think we were already on the right one for Morajai. If we're assuming... That's the thing, we gave Morajai the straight line just because of process of elimination, but I don't know if that's accurate either. So this could be another Costa Rica situation. we have something wrong. Now, why did I think... Okay, we did naval for Morajai, which I'm assuming has to be right. Because Morajai's stamp has the boat on it, right? See, we could be wrong about the weather. Shoot, I don't know. So right now I don't know which is wrong. Both the moat and the weather could be wrong for all I know. Alright, we're gonna put a pin in Morajai as well. Alright, heading into Vera. And Vera, we should already have all the answers to. Okay. And then the last one is Nuance. Nuance is also going to be a guessing game here. Nuance, we are not certain on the moat. We were pondering if it could be agricultural, which we could try. And we did guess on the ray as well. I guess we technically don't know the ray either, for sure. So now we have to wonder, do we have everything else right? Except for the moat? We could just go through one by one. Okay. Alright. Alright, Nuance. You're Marshall. See, we could technically do the same thing in, like, Costa Rica. But yeah, we don't know. We have two, unfortunately, that we're guessing. I mean, I could go back and go through the three, at the least. It's not like it's overly complicated doing the guessing on that, with the exception of the rays. But, so, we had, right now... with Nuance being Marshall as well, we still have three possible moats available on the other ones. Alright, that's fine. That's totally fine. How much of a guessing game do we want to play with the other two? Because yeah, that makes it obviously a little more of a guessing game, not knowing for sure what the other two are. Costa Rica, we guessed. It looks like we completed Costa Rica, but we guessed both on the Ray and the Moat. We don't actually know if either of these are true. And then we still have Morojai, right? Now, what was the issue with Morojai? We're assuming Ray. Oh, it was because, yeah, we don't know for sure. We don't know the Moat or the weather. Which does make it a little more complicated. Well, do we want to try to figure out these last two, or do we want to start doing... Or do we want to actually investigate each of the Sanctum rooms? It is going to drive me crazy that we still have these two. And of course, they're my two bottom ones. Costa Rica and Morojai. I hate the idea of guessing, because again, we could go one by one. We could assume that it might be horseback because we've not used horseback on anything. And Costa Rica is... But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I've missed something that has clued us into Costa Rica that we should know beyond just the assumption and the process of elimination. I see. Araja. We could start doing puzzle boxes and then come back to these last two. Yeah. Well, right now we have the rays on Morojai. We can assume with certainty that obviously it's a naval. So the rays are correct. Obviously the color is correct. We chose the line just because we had not used it anywhere else. But you could... I mean, Morojai could be windy for all I know. Being a naval area, windy could work. It could also be rainy or stormy. And then Costa Rica, the only thing that we know for certain with Costa Rica is that it's snowy. We don't know... We do not know the moat, and we don't know the ray. Yeah. All right, let's go do some of the puzzles that we've unlocked. So we've got 6 of the 8 sanctums open. 6 of the 8 sanctums open. We got 2 that are stuck. We need to come back to do Costa Rica and Morojai. Alright, let's do Arch Ares. We'll just go in order. I have seen some clues that should be pointing me in the right direction for those. Look at this painting. I like this one. Okay. Rainbaum Arch Ares. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Arch Ares is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. I don't know if this helps me with the order. I guess we'll have to see. Okay. Arch Ares was the very first realm to introduce a new color to the traditional monochromatic tiles of the box. Given the number of ship routes and trade relationships between the two realms, this is not surprising. Fittingly, the variation itself was based on the brass compasses and manufactured in Arch Ares that were often traded to sailors in exchange for the valued Moragi puzzle boxes. When yellow tiles are pressed, they move north. Haven't we already done a yellow one? Is this the second one we're doing, or is it the same one? We've also got black in here. So they move up. Whoops. Right. So have I done it before? That's my question. Have I done Arch Ares before? I think I messed this up. Right. Right. Yeah. I am aware of that. My question was, I thought I had done an Arch Ares box before, and if it was the same box, or if this is a completely new one. I'm assuming it's a new one. I love that we have saved the Morajai boxes for the very end. Where my brain will be the most mushy. Alright, that took me way too long. I think I had this weird realization that I wasn't utilizing the gray tiles at all that entire time. And the moment I did, it suddenly clicked. Alright. To the next room. Purple! Oh, bloody hell. Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's great. That's great. This is a very beautiful picture. It's beautiful. I was a little disappointed that there has not been a drop of rain during my time here, as every Erosion story I have ever heard has begun with rain. I suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without that flavorful setting. However, even without the rain, the puddles and ponds that dot the countryside make this place feel different than home. Lorja Yena Ajlor Lune? Teaching me some more. Teaching me some more. Puzzle boxes of Morajai spread to Eraja, not through port towns as they had in other realms, but by train routes from the north. When violet tiles were introduced, they were created as a simple reflection of the variation first introduced by Archaries some years earlier. When violet tiles are pressed, they move south. Right. Right. But red turns black-red too, right? Why would we need that? Oh, is that the idea? Excellent. This is a way we can move the black up. Do I want that? Does that even make sense to do? We've got to move the yellows to the bottom. Hey, Night Gazer. How goes it? How is it going, Night Gazer? Happy Thursday. What are you up to? You just getting off work? Well, I felt like I was making progress, and now I feel like I've stopped making progress. We might still be able to do this, though. Maybe? I need to get the black back up here. Is that possible? That is good. How was work, Night Gazer? How was work? Doggone it, man. Maybe I shouldn't be ignoring the red. Ah, shoot. No, I didn't want to do that. Who knows, Night Gazer? Who knows? uh, need you down here, Black. I need you down here. Ah! Ah! No, 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 no. No, I'm losing my mind. I thought I had it like twice there. I feel like I'm resetting it to the way it is at the very beginning of the game. That is most definitely what it feels like. I've basically just put everything back to the very beginning. All right. Well, we're reconnected for the moment. Let's see if we can establish anything else. Oh, man. So, yeah, that happened just now. Let's see if I can bring everything back up here. One second. Let's see. Firing the game back up, but yeah, I don't know what all we can do right now other than obviously we can go back to working on the Morajai boxes, which is probably what we're going to do. But there is a bunch of stuff. There is a bunch of stuff that we're gonna have to redo. All right, let's see here. The sundial, yep. Oh gosh, we don't have any audio. Do we have any video? Hold on, let's see. I know I don't have audio. Hold on. Let me fix that. There might be a click. Apologies in advance. Oh, okay. We got audio. So yeah, we can jump right back into. So I've lost my stamp collection. That's not too big of a deal. We can get most of the stamp collection back next time we get the mail room. The sundial, yeah, we're gonna have to do that again. We just have to get we have to get a tool that can burn again. All right. That sucks. Please tell me I saved my sigils. I don't think I saved my sigils. Oh no, I did. I did. Yeah, the sigils all look good. Okay, chat should be working again. Alright, so we're jumping back in. No, we're not, because there's still no video. We have audio, but no video. That should be an easy fix. Apologies if it's a clicking again. It might click again. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies. Yeah, we just had a complete power surge, which is literally the worst thing that can happen while playing Blueprints. we have to reacquire the planetarium. Well, yeah, because the game doesn't save anything. The game only ever saves at the end of the day. So everything we did on that day is gone. Now, like I said, we found the pertinent information. We've still got all the screenshots that we took. So as far as like the sanctum goes, we're fine. But obviously there's the sundial. We won't be able to do the sundial. And a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already. Please take pity and hit that like button if you haven't yet already. We got to get the planetarium. I'm trying to think of everything. Well, this is a good. Ironically, the last time we talked about the possibility of a game crash happening that would be super bad for a game like this, I had talked about getting a battery backup. And now that we've actually experienced it, I probably will try to do that. Between this playthrough and the next one, I will probably try to get a battery backup surge protector. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what crucial things did we miss. Like I said, we got the planetarium. That's easy enough to get again. We have all the letters to reread, so that's not a big deal either. We have all the information that we got from the letters. Obviously, we could still get the other 2 letters. I don't know if it's actually necessary now, since we already read them. We got, if I wanted to make sure my stamp collection is complete, we do need to get a magnifying glass to check out that stuff again. And then we will need to get something that we can reburn the sundial. So we can get the satellite dish again. But as far as anything else goes, as far as the sanctum goes, we can just head right back down there right now. Should we do that? Should we just get right back to it? Let's see. Oh man, hopefully my stream didn't die. Okay, my stream's fine. Sometimes when that happens, YouTube will break up the stream. Oh man, that's true. Our trophy's gone. The funny thing is that I think the achievements are hardbound. So even though that's true, we still have the trophy. We technically do still have it. So we don't have the in-game trophy, but I do have the achievement right here. But yes, we will need, I mean, obviously we will want to get the planetarium again anyways. Next time we draw the observatory, we can get the planetarium. Is there anything else that's gonna suck that we reset? The sundial sucks, but it's not a huge deal. I want to say we made a lot of progress. We made a lot of progress, but a lot of it I don't think is like, it's not like a situation where we had, you know, a sanctum key that we lost and now we gotta hope that we get the redraw again. And we didn't end up encountering any losses like that. We gotta re-input these sigils, which isn't that's not a super big deal. But the question is do we just, when we're done here, do we call it? I know we're going to have a somewhat wasted steps here, because obviously we had the 20 bonus from the sauna that we had originally. Alright, Arch Ares. Let's take a look. Let me save this. Did I save this into JPEG form? Let me see. Because I'm just going to open the JPEG if that's the case. Oh my gosh, I hate that sound. Kind of, not really. Here, I'm gonna overwrite it. Thing is that there's some information on here that's wrong. I don't know which of the information is wrong, but I know that we don't know what's wrong here on Costa Rica. But I guess we'll just bypass Costa Rica and Morajai and do these 4. So let's do that real quick. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's get back in here real quick. Hopefully we can do Arch Ares real fast. Let's see. Let's see how fast we can do the Arch Ares puzzle. I don't know if there's a reason to go back over here and pick up stuff. I don't know what the game registers anymore. Alright, yellow goes up. Right? Right? Right. Doing it again. What clicked on me? The white boxes. Is there anything else? What are we missing? Is the major things that we missed reading the mail? I'm trying to think of like stuff that ultimately didn't lead to something that we need. Planetarium needs to be drawn, so we got to get the observatory again. We need to get something to scorch the sundial so that we can get the... That was the main thing that we ended up getting, right? The main thing we ended up getting was activating Cinca, correct? Well, the master key should still be in the coat room because we started the day over again. I'm trying to think if we got to anything else towards the end. And I don't even know, like, is getting all the mail even pertinent at this point? Would it be a waste of time to do the mail experiment now? Since I've already actually seen and read. The only reason I would want to get the last 2 letters, I guess, would be so we got the stamp collection completed. But is there even an achievement for collecting all the stamps? Is that my own personal achievement, collecting every stamp for the book? It might be. I don't know, because we didn't get anything for it. I got every stamp, and I got it in the book, but I didn't get any trophy or anything for it. Oh, you're right. The funny thing is that the Korika one is the one we're missing, and I need to get into Korika. So that is true. Once we get into Korika, we can finish it. So yeah, that is true. So yeah, I guess there's no reason to do the letter experiment anymore. We don't really need those letters. We got the information we needed from them. That's fine. That's fine. Then we won't worry about getting the last two letters again. And if I'm really fussed about completing my stamp collection, yeah, we can just come down here once we have a magnifying glass. Alright, back to this pain in the ass. Let's see, is my brain working? Yellow goes up, purple goes down. See, I want the black up there so I can start doing switches. But it doesn't make sense to do the switches unless we have the green to be able to flip it for us. Although the yellows can move my green for me if I move them down. But I need to move them down first. Make this make sense. Got it. Alright. Let's get out of here. Before my power surges again. Okay, Costa Rica and Morajai are our stumbling blocks, because although Cerebral says we should know, whether we should have had a clue that should have hinted us before. I don't know which one she's talking about. I mean, is it something that I'm forgetting from, like, history and geography? Like, should we know something about each of these countries based on history reports or geography reports? And what are we missing? Morajai is the boat. I've seen stuff in passing. Yes. Yes, indeed. And what are we missing from Costa Rica? Costa Rica is missing its rays and its moat. Morajai, I'm missing the weather and the moat. I mean, there's lots of stuff we've seen in passing about all sorts of things. The history of Arindia would not help us. Well, the initial guess for the Morajai weather was simply that it's the one weather that we haven't used. So assuming that this is right, we could go back to guessing. Just guessing the moats, assuming that this is right. But I don't know if it is. Considering we've had a number of things get duplicated, I don't know. I don't know if that's the correct answer. That's the only reason we guessed the weather for Morajai, is because it was the only weather we hadn't done. Yeah. Well, even more so that considering I'd be able to just go and probably look at said room, because I probably have said room in here. It's probably in here. Oh shoot, I don't have the stamp in here. Of course I don't. Yeah, guaranteed. I'm sure I have it. There's probably somewhere in here that it probably is the answer. But what could it be? What could it be? All right. And then yeah, if it's not the you know, simple weather one, then it becomes a guessing game at that point if I don't know it, because obviously the duplicate could be anything. I don't know if I had obviously one of the modes we haven't done that I feel like would make sense for Morajai, even more so since these boxes come from Morajai. And if that's the case, we could also just simply guess that we could just guess the weather. Assuming that their moat is academic. That was my first thought, is that Morja had to have been it has to be academic. So I mean, we could just go based off that, go through academic, and then just simply go through the weather. Should I do that right now? Which one's academic? Because nobody's used academic yet. It'd be weird if none of them do. So yeah, this, I guess, technically would be my first guess. And obviously that doesn't work. So assuming that just weather is wrong and academic is right, we could do, see if nuance has the same one. Windy weather. Oops, that was the wrong one. Nope. Not wind. Not wind. What other options do we have? We got foggy. We got rainy. Stormy. This is all assuming that academic is actually correct. You got hot. Then you got foggy. Heat, fog, and what else did we have? We have snow. Heat, fog, and snow. What was this one? Heat. We might as well try it since we're on it. It can't be snow, right? It cannot be snow. Or maybe it is, I don't know. What is this? What does this stamp look like? I mean, the stamp is literally just a boat. I mean, the swirls around the stamp would maybe seem like windy to me, but we tried windy. But then I'm like, if it's wind, then the academic might be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. I think that's the only thing we haven't tried is snow. We've done straight foggy, heat, rain, stormy, windy. We've done everything. Which means if we've done everything, then academic has to be wrong. Right? And that means academic has to be wrong. Nope. So I have to assume that's the case, right? Academic has to be the incorrect moat. But then, yeah, then it becomes a guessing game of the remaining ones that we haven't used, or if it becomes a duplicate, like the other ones. Because they could, honestly, Morajai could easily be poetic. Or spiritual, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, we're leaving this room. We're leaving this room! Because I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back through all my notes. Every single one! And then, yeah, Costa Rica, I'm still not too sure on. Okay, I don't even think I've come into this room yet. Have I? Alright, Cerebral. I'm surprised you stayed up this late, to be perfectly honest. Good night. Good night. Farewell. We should be back, I think, on Saturday for more blueprints. Don't say that. I want to ride on giant turtles. All right. Yeah, where can we get a big turtle to ride on? We'll take turtle travel. It would take forever to get anywhere, but... Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. The memories of the youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I have gotten older, I find less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard-shell friends for the duration of their stay, to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morojai. Okay, well that helped a little bit. I need to go back and reread. Because are these dates? If they have dates, that would be easy. But we know that he went to Vera after Morojai, at the very least. Okay. Morojai box, the variation. That's true. That's a good point. Jumping ahead, especially if we're looking at these out of order. I didn't really thought about that. Had not really thought about that. But the thing is that that's the case, then was I right about the weather? Wait. If I was right about the weather... Shoot, man. I don't know. I mean, we could assume that's right, but... Did I not try the other moats? Did I not try the other moats when we were doing Morojai with the normal weather? Maybe I didn't. Did I only try the 2 or 3? Ugh, now we gotta go back and check. Now we gotta go back and check. I actually don't remember what I did when we first came in. I thought we tried all of them. But maybe am I just thinking of the weather? Is that the only thing I tried all of? Alright. Well, Morojai boxes were never as popular on Vera as in other realms. Pink tiles were eventually introduced based on the Veran people's devout respect of the sacred circle. When these tiles are pressed, all adjacent and diagonal tiles rotate around the pressed tile. What does orange do again? Looks like it doesn't do anything. I see. Okay. Probably shouldn't have gotten rid of that one. Got it. Had it. Alright, we'll come back to the Morajai one. Let's do, let's do Nuance first. See, man, this one's crazy bustling. By far my favorite realm I have visited during this trip. But I have always had a penchant for technology and am less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers here are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Kororika or the beaches of Morajai. Perhaps I am just letting my childhood love of dirigiblocks comprise my objectivity. From the shops I have visited, it seems the series is just as popular here as it is back home. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I never thought that I would miss the sight of red flags. The Nuance variation. Puzzle boxes became just as popular in the air hangars of Nuance as they had in the ports of Morajai. Green tiles were introduced with an ability that allowed them to instantly jump across the board, representing the ease with which air travel conveys its cargo. When green tiles are pressed, the tile swaps with the opposite tile on the far side of the box. Okay, so we need to surround these orange ones. That's not gonna do. Actually, what would it do? Would it do nothing? Yep. Yep. black one back down there. I need that purple. Wait, purple goes down. Right. Purple goes down. I need the swaps. Am I too busy ignoring the grays? That was dumb. Get it back up. I need to get the bloody green one out of the middle. Finally. Night Gazer. No, you would get it. You would get it. It's just because you haven't actually sat down to try it yet. Okay, so box is done except for the 2 that we have not yet unlocked. I mean, the hint in that one postcard, I kind of want to go back and look at the other postcards too. But in the one postcard, it's mentioning that the weather is more severe than Morajai. Now that could point us to it being still weather in Morajai, or just not as bad. That was Vera. Vera had what? Windy weather? So I mean, what's the opposite of windy weather? It's got to be the still weather, right? But if that's the case, man, I'm gonna lose my mind, because I'm like, did we not try all of the moats? Why would we have not tried all the moats? It seems silly that we wouldn't have. Let me see. Okay, so we have it set up for boat travel. That's right. Naval. Moats. I mean, yeah, we could just go down the bloody list, I guess. And see, this is one of the ones that should technically be easier if we actually had it right. I am looking at the right one, aren't I? Well, that's it. We've gone through all of them. This is making me think I did do all of them before. I do have everything else right? Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place! Ah! I'm not in the right place! I'm in Puerto Rico! Bloody hell. Still weather. Oops. Wrong one. Ah, of course. Of course it was agricultural. So we had the weather right all along. That means I literally did not go through all of the moats, because we had the right weather. We had the right weather from the get-go. Okay, so let's see here. Agricultural. Come on, Photoshop, work with me. Why is my mouse going so slow? What happened to my DPI? Okay, so that leaves us with just Puerto Rico. So what are we doing wrong on Puerto Rico? I feel like even more so it's got to be horseback, but I'm did we not try everything else? Let's see. Yeah, it would definitely not be the thing. It's got to be horseback. Unless they're also riding turtles over there. But this just brings me back to the same thing that we were doing before. Didn't we try all the modes? I guess we could go try right now. Because it's talking about rough trails, and we know that Costa Rica is a mountainous area, so it would make sense, rough trails. Alright, we're gonna go through each of these. And then we need the orange. Oh, doggone it. Did I just pass it? Nope. So it's gotta be... Yeah, so the travel method has gotta be wrong. Have we read about the travel methods in Costa Rica? Is this something we should know? I feel like we haven't read about it very much. I mean, we could go down the list. There's no way it's naval. I feel like Turtleback would be so silly to do, and we've already had 3 other trains. Let's try... Alright, let's try roads. And yeah, arid is not going to make any sense. Desert travel in the snowy mountains of Costa Rica. Alright, what moats have we not used? Let's try those first. Tribal. We've used agriculture, so it's only tribal and academic at this point. Academic. Ugh, my gosh. Academic. Academic and what? Roads? Academic and roads. Costa Rica flag is the dormitory? Oh, right. That's right. Well, here we go. Let's see. Did I actually put it in my screenshots? Did I actually put it in my folders? Let's see if I did. Probably. I don't have a dormitory folder. I don't think I put it in. I think I did take a screenshot of it, but I did not end up creating a dormitory folder. So I wouldn't have been able... Well, the only way I would have been able to find it is if I had gone back through my screenshots. Let's see. I most definitely took a screenshot of it, but I did not make a dorm folder. Yeah, here it is. I see. So that's it. It just would have given me a tip as to the academics. Would not have helped me with the road travel, though. Honestly, that was the bigger issue that we were running into with Costa Rica was the road. Was the road ray. But yeah, I guess I should have known academics. So we could have gone off of academics and just gone through the rays instead. Sad day. Sad day. Alright, yeah, let's do this. So that's... We only had 2 then for roads, right? Because Fen Aries became roads. We don't really need to do this, but my OCD will get to me if we do not finish this page. So we're doing it anyways. All right, complete. It is completed. Finally completed. All done. The darkened in that circle is gonna bug me. Monajai, let me delete you. All right, all done. All done. All right, let's finish these last two puzzles. Let's try to finish these last two puzzles. I think we can close this. Now, obviously we need to get back to room 46 after this. I mean, we could try to make a goal of doing that right now. Since we're on day 46, technically speaking, still. There have been fewer and fewer opportunities the further we travel up into the mountains to attend to my correspondence, and I find myself regretting having brought so many books. As this is the first realm I have visited without porters. Here, every person is expected to carry their own belongings, and if you can't, you throw away that which is expendable. It's looking like I'll be bringing back less souvenirs than I had planned. I never expected to appreciate the cold, but the frigid weather here is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. Okay, so. P.S. I ended up forsaking all but one of my books. I just need to start putting these in order. I just need to open up Notepad and start putting them where we know they are. So, Katarika is after Vera. And we'll just save it like this. We'll put this in, I don't know. I could put it in the sigils folder. Sure, why not? That seems fine. Sigils folder it is. Okay. We are going to have to go through the other postcards to double check. Monajai box. University variation. Far from the port towns of the lesser islands, the academies of Kororika were among the last strongholds where the puzzle box fad spread. Unlike other realms, whose regional rule variations emerged organically over time, the students of Kororika designed orange tiles by committee, voting on student-submitted designs and picking the one they felt best represented the realm. When these tiles pressed, if the majority of the adjacent tiles share a color, then the pressed tile will change to that color. Okay. So we've got 4 orange already. So one of these has got to be purple. There'd be no other way to do it. Shoot, man, have I got this one stuck? No, I don't. Okay, I don't. Shoot, so close, so close. So close yet so far. What am I doing? What am I doing? I just keep swapping them back and forth. Oh. I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. I could have done that like 5 minutes ago. Oh gosh. It's late. It's late! Forgive me. Oh, we did it. We got all the boxes. Here's our trophy. Yay! Alright, now we need to get to room... we need to get to room 46 now. What the heck, man. A trophy of sigils for unlocking all 8 realm sigils. In recognition of visiting 8 realms in 8 months. Okay. Alright. So we've got all the postcards. We've got room 46 open. We just need to get to it. And I guess we might as well try to do that now on this Groundhog Day that we're experiencing. Alright, hold on a second. My chat, for some reason, is not refreshing. Come on now. Hopefully it refreshes now. Alright, we did open it, right? I pulled the lever. Is it down? Yeah, it's down. Okay. You want to watch the movie, Night Gazer? What are we talking about? I mean, there's some things that we did on day 46 that we will go ahead and do again if the opportunity arises. Oh, yeah. You know, I do usually watch Groundhog Day around Groundhog Day, but I didn't this year for some reason. I'm sure there's a reason why. Okay. Okay. Part of me wants to just end the day so that this saves and we don't have to do those bloody sigils over again. I'll be so sad if we have to do it again. Part of me feels like we should do it just to be on the safe side. I don't know. I don't know. Screw it. Let's do Hovel again. It was good. We did a good day. Granted, it was part of the reason is because we did the silver spoon. We managed to get the silver spoon. Let's see if we can have a good day again with the Hovel. We're going to try it again. Just need food. Lots and lots of food. Well, the only way to save would be to start the next day, which we could do. I don't know. I don't know. Let's just keep going. The one thing I am sad about is the fact that we're not going to get our book. By call it a day, I mean down here, where you call it a day in that bottom right corner. That's the only time the game saves, is when you call it a day. That's why we completely lost our previous day. And it was a good run, too. It was a really, really good run. We didn't fill out the whole house, but we came close. And obviously we found a lot of stuff, too. Seems like a very foolish place to put the dining room. The only thing I could consider is that this might be an okay place to put the dining room. If we came back out here through the foundation. I'm gonna hold off. I'm not gonna put the dining room down here. I don't like the idea of it being this way, this far down. But see, like, man, we had like a really great selection of items that we found too at the beginning of the original 46. Kitchen we could put down. I kind of want to wait until we get the observatory again. See, that was the other thing too. We got a 50% off through the observatory. I don't know if we're gonna get it again, but I'm inclined to say that I don't want to rush into buying anything out of the kitchen. But we could put the kitchen down. Yeah. And that's a bummer with games that don't have auto saves. I don't know what would be a good solution. They've designed this game around not being able to save until the end. I'm assuming the save system in this game is to attempt to curb people's abuse. They they would have to they would have to redesign the game so that rolls are random at the start of the day. I don't know how complicated that is. If it's a truly a random roll, I could see how auto saves could ruin this game's experience if people were able to save scum. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day too, like, I'm kind of like, if people want to save scum, let them save scum. People like us who don't want to take advantage of a game save system like that, we won't. You could also just make it so it auto saves at least at crucial parts. Make it so it auto saves when you get to room 46, when you find a sanctum key, stuff like that. Maybe those should be the rare exceptions where the game should have an autosave, to where having a power outage would completely ruin it. Because, like, for example, the day that we had that really, really long day that lasted for like 6.5 hours, that was the best day that we probably did. We did so much, we discovered so much. If the power had gone out during that day, it would have been a catastrophe. Because I think we found like multiple sanctum keys too during that day. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I guess we're going to put the kitchen down because I also don't want to dead end us here. The kitchen's not an ideal location either if we want to come back to things. But we can find out what's going to be in the dining room though. Prepare ahead of time. Glazed salmon. Okay, is that a coincidence? I don't know. Maybe there's some stuff that are predestined on their rolls on the days. I say that, and we have tomato soup this time. That is something to keep in mind. Red rooms, because that'll give us a lot of steps. And there's the commissary and the dining room again. All right, we're gonna do commissary because it might have some items that we could use. Leave the gems for now. Let's get everything else. Although we were saying that we were hoping to get the observatory. Should we wait? Should we see if we get the observatory? Come on, observatory! Give us the observatory! It's not the observatory. But I'm tempted to put down the dining room. Is this far enough up? It's not a terrible location. Passageway wouldn't be... This wouldn't be a bad place for a passageway. All right, we're gonna put out the dining room again. Hopefully that doesn't bite us in the butt at some point. See if we can get the observatory out of one of these places. All right, there's our observatory. Although this would be a really nice place for the conference room. But let's not pass up the observatory. We're gonna have it head north. And we're going to put it down, and hopefully we get 50% off, baby. But first things first, let's grab this tile first. Because yeah, this actually would probably the loss that we had on this day might be the worst I've ever experienced in a game. If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't need a lot of the stuff, that's the only thing. That's the saving grace of it happening, is that the things that we lost were not overtly crucial. Like, for example, in Jedi Survivor, we had crashes in that game all the time. And the only time you could save in that game is if you sat at a meditation spot. So there was at least one time that we lost a couple hours in Jedi Survivor that drove me insane. That was way worse than this. Even though this save was... The day that we lost was probably at least 4 hours, right? It had to have been. Okay, nice. Okay. This has to be predetermined rolls, right? This is all identical. Is it just dependent on your stars? Is what you see in the sky completely dependent on the number of stars you have? That makes me wonder how many they programmed, if that's the case. Does 48 always yield that exact same set of patterns for your stars? Because that would be crazy. Alright, should we go back and buy stuff? Yeah, let's go back and buy stuff. And then maybe let's open these doors too. Sadly, we don't want it facing that way. That was lucky. And we got the library. Nice. Okay. Well, we'll get our book checked out again. And we'll go ahead and buy some gems. Yeah, the kitchen. Kitchen is tough to say. Part of me is like, it makes sense that we would want to go ahead and get some food out of the kitchen now. It's cheap. We probably are going to need the steps at some point. Ah, man, that's a tough call. I also want to go back down south here and open these other rooms. Sucks too, man. That was another thing, yeah. On the last one, we were able to buy shoes. Shoes were definitely worth getting. I also am tempted to hold off on the off chance that we can get the showroom again. Again, another lucky thing we got. For that run, getting the shoes, getting the silver spoon was all really, really good. No, that one contraption that we built too. That sucks. We lost that. Isn't that one of the achievements? Building everything? Ah, that's a bummer. All right. All right. I keep getting the dining room. Screw it. Let's do the utility box. We can restore the power to the dark room. And we will see if we can get the security room this time. Or we'll turn right around and get the key card, hopefully. And then we'll do the opposite and restore the power to the key card system. Now this is curious too. Is this going to be the same? I wonder if are the problems, because if they're on a difficulty curve, is the game going to remember what I did last time? I can't remember. Did it start with 18 last time? I don't remember. Oh, nice. We got the key card again. I think that was the same. I wasn't sure a couple times, but that was definitely the final... I don't know, I had to go back and look. That was most definitely the final math problem on the last one. But I don't remember the rest of it. Alright, we got the key card again. So let's waste some more steps. And now we got the security room. Fantastic. Which we're going to want to put down so we don't dead-end ourselves over here, even though I want the morning room. Or should we just put the morning room down and go back up there? We have so many ways to go up north over there, and one of our goals is to get to room 46. Shoot. Yeah, we're gonna do this. I don't have my shovel. Got a coin purse though. Okay. Yes, I know we passed up more food. We want to get an aquarium before we eat our dinner. I'm torn on where to go. We need to find a lever. The weight room is out. If we got the secret garden or the greenhouse, we could do it. Damn it. If only we had our shield. Question is, should we just take the casino and make it go right? Maybe. Foyer wouldn't be terrible. Gold or unlocking hallway doors? I mean, if we can get the master key, this is going to be a moot point. We're going to take the gold. I don't like the layout of the house exactly right for the moment. I don't like the amount of backtracking it feels like we're going to have to be doing. We are running out of steps. We need the dining room. Of course you're locked. Of course you're locked. Come on. Come on. Man, we could really use the Mechanarium's lever. But if we put it down, we're not gonna get it. Shoot. What is this madness? What is this? You got shoes for me in here? You at least got some shoes for me in here? I kind of don't want to leave the security room behind just yet. I kind of want to set it until we can get the master key. I want to increase the likelihood of the security cards. I mean, does it matter at this point? This one? Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Of course you're locked. Well, doesn't that suck? Again, the only reason I would potentially want to put the Lost and Found down is if it had a vault key in it. We are trying to get to the antechamber. Maybe we should just do the quest bedroom. Get the 10 extra steps. Although the nursery... Nah, are we ever going to come back here, though? Oh, no. The nursery would be good, wouldn't it? Whenever you draft a bedroom, you gain 8 steps. Yeah, this would be good in conjunction. Maybe we should do this... Hope that we get some more bedrooms. Yeah. Sir. Alright, let's go ahead and unlock this one. If we could get the code check down there in the bottom right, that'd be amazing. Okay, we should be able to get at least the lever on here, so let's do this. So we'll have access to the antechamber now. I do want to go back. Let's go back first. We got all those rooms off to the left side too. Kind of sucks. We need the dining room. Preferably we need the bloody aquarium. Ah! See what I mean? It has to be. There has to be a lower chance of the closed exhibit to spawn in the middle, and a higher chance if you're on the edges. There's no other explanation for it. I said worth doing the patio would seem silly. Let's save the steps and not do the patio for now. Because we are not going to be making our way back to that morning room. Spare bedroom would be the only one that would be a possibility. Okay, all right. Well, we got plenty of rotation possibilities. It's getting to a point where I'm thinking we are going to regret not having bought the rest of the food in there. Got ourselves a battery. Where's the workshop? All the way down there. Not ideal. Not ideal. actually be a... Is this going to be locked? Yes, it is. This is a great place for the silver key, though. This would be a great place for the rotunda, but I don't know if I want to give up the aquarium. I think we should put the aquarium down while we got it. We can't do this. Can't do it. Cloister, you are the one. Although, we could rotate the den and not waste our cloister just yet. Maybe we'll do that. Oh, doggone it, those bloody rooms off to the west side. We could take this. Oh, gosh, I don't know. We only have 4 keys. Keycard doors will not be a problem. Because we'd have to make sure to come back here. We have to have enough steps to return. We need that damn dining room. Also, the question is, if we do the bedroom instead, should we lead it down into the foundation so we're connected to this side of the house? Maybe, but we also want to go north right from where the bedroom is to get it to that antechamber. Oh, shoot, this is tough. I could easily see this completely biting us in the butt, this code check. Oh, I hate the idea of having to walk all the way back. It'd be 7 steps to take us into the observatory. Alright, we're doing code check. But we may just have to deal with the fact that we're not going to go back over there to the west side. If we can, we will. But we're going to do code check and we're just going to try to build off of the den right now. And hopefully we get some good draws. We need the damn dining room. Come on, dining room. Give up 3 steps to get the pool and the potential of the sauna. Or save them, just put the conference room down. Where is our dining room? I know we did reject it twice earlier on. I kind of want to put the office down. I don't know why we would need gold at this point, honestly. I mean, the showroom would be great, but we have enough gold to get the things we'd want out of the showroom. Yeah, it's tough. Tough to say. But the steps are too good to pass up. Well, we have a greenhouse. We could do the lever. Shoot, what door does the greenhouse open? Is it the right one? The south? If it was either the south or the north one, I would say it would be worth it. Unless it faces the west one, in which case this is completely pointless. It's the west one, isn't it? Shoot. Shoot. Should we just do the corridor then? I mean, more likely drawing green rooms would be good. Where's our dining room? Where is our dining room? What am I detecting? Oh, the shovel. Dang, nice. Good find. Do we want to use the broken lever, though? Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, this is the south one. Okay, I'm glad we did it now, even more. Beautiful. Now we have a couple different ways to go in. What am I detecting? Okay. Alright, not a bad deal. Now we have 2 different ways to get into the antechamber. Still no dining room. Got lots of money now, though. Come on, give me a turnip. I want a turnip! It's a brick. Can't eat a brick. Yeah. Well, This would be a great time to freeze, but then we wouldn't be able to rotate anymore. That's tough. Alright, well, we can get into the antechamber at the very least. We still have not got the dining room since the beginning. Alright, let's go ahead and head in. Oh, no. Oh, damn. The compass... Well, I mean, we can rotate. Maybe the compass doesn't matter. Is there a reason to take the compass, though, at this point? we have so many gems. We don't really need to worry about whether or not our rooms face north. The only thing that would maybe be good about the compass is that does it lessen the likelihood of getting dead ends? I don't know. It's supposed to increase the likelihood of getting north-facing rooms. Screw it. Let's take it. Whatever. It's fine. Dining room. Yes! We got the dining room. Finally! That will help a lot. But I don't think I'm going to eat it just yet. We're going to see if we can still get the showroom. We got so much freaking gold. Alright, should we take a stab at looking in room 46 here? I guess we also could have waited for whether or not we got that room that gives us the allowance. Too late. Okay, so we should have the information we need for this board. So let's take a look. Preferably if we can put the postcards that we've just acquired. Have I saved my postcards anywhere yet? I know we have shots of them. Where did we put the first two? Did we put them in the... Did we put them in the sanctum? We must have put them in the sanctum. Yeah, here they are. Okay, so we're gonna take these and we are gonna put them in, I don't know, room 46? Does that make sense to do? Or maybe we'll just leave them in the sanctum. Let's just leave them in the sanctum. Okay, but we need to put the other ones in here. Okay, is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What one are we missing? I think we're missing one. Which one are we missing? Did I not screenshot one of my postcards? Alright, let's just look at them and find out. Okay, this is Arch Ares. I think these should be in order, right? Although we ended up doing some of them out of order, didn't we? This was room 4, Raja. But see, then we have, I think, Karika was room 5, right? Well, it probably does not matter that we're doing it in this order. Did I not take a screenshot of the Morajai postcard? Oh, that would kill me. I'm not going back down there, though. We'll just rewind the stream and get the shot from it. I think we forgot. I think I forgot to take a screenshot of Morojai. Did I even read it? I had to have read it. Surely. It'd be absurd if I didn't read it. I don't think I read it. Or I don't think I screenshotted it. Alright. Alright. Nuance was room 8, right? And then Vera was room 7? Gosh, I can't remember. So I'm assuming Morojai was room 6. Actually, I should be able to tell just from looking at here. Because the mantle, I think, has the same ones, except for 2 that are swapped. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there's a reason for this or not. The order of these are correct with the exception of Araja and Arch Ares, which are swapped. I think the rest of them are correct. At least with the Sanctum. I don't know if it matters. So we'll assume Kororiko was room 5. And Morojai was room 6. Alright, hold on. Let me rewind the stream so I can get a screenshot of the bloody postcard. Or I suppose we could look it up. Let's see. Morojai postcard. And we'll just stick it in there. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Hold on one second. Let me minimize. I guess it would make sense just to place it right into this folder. Alright, room 6, Morojai. Okay. Alright, we got it. We got it. Alright, let's continue here. Well, by continue, I mean read the bloody postcards. Alright, so we did start a note here, which we'll keep in mind. Kararika is after Vera. That's fine. Sanctum. Let's go through each. What did we read? 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like these are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well, then in the spirit of adventure, I have departed. So yeah, this has got to be number 1, right? Fen and... I mean, is he considering 1 at the end? Oh, see, I knew this was going to be a problem. Alright, we need to rename these other ones. Fen Aries. Orinda Aries. Okay, there we go. So, okay, so yeah, so he started in Orinda and ended in Fen. That's fine. That's fine. So yeah, Orinda's first. Orinda Aries. Fen Aries. Alright, so let's see. Arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended. Arch Aries is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I'm wholly familiar. Now, this doesn't seem... But like I said, I'm not... Alright, we'll just put a pin in this one. Because we know that there's been other ones. A little disappointed that there has not been a drop of rain during my time here. Suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without the flavorful setting. However, even without the rain, the puddles and ponds that dot the countryside make this place feel different than home. Okay, but the frigid weather here is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. So Costa Rica is after Vera, which we already determined. Alright, so here's our Morajai. After a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajai last night in good spirits. Did I not read the postcard? Am I crazy? Shoot, man. Well, we have access to it. People here are belligerent in their politeness, and after spending a full day among the Gyrail, I am just as afraid of editing another dish as I am of rejecting their offers. I may try to sneak away tomorrow and spend some time alone with my books, as I have noticed that each realm I have visited has one thing in common. They each have been short on solitude. Okay, that didn't really help either. But we might be able to figure it out just based on the map, too. Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I deeply yada yada yada. I'm still under the spell of the island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morajai. Okay, so Vera is after Morajai. Nuance. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. Never thought that I would miss the sight of red flags. The thing is that could mean that this was his last before returning to Fen, but honestly he could be viewing... Okay. But he does mention Costa Rica. It's gotta be the last then, before Fen Aries. Soot-filled streets or soaring skyscrapers are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Korika or the beaches of Morajai. Assuming that he's writing that, you'd have to assume that he had just been to these places. So we'll assume that Nuance was the last place he went to before returning home. But hold on, where does that place Araja? Because we don't have Araja on here, I don't think. We're missing 2 locations. Which 2 have we not accounted for? Arch Ares and Araja. Arch Ares is north. Araja is south. I mean, honestly, if we know where all the other places are, we could just simply swap these 2. They have to be at the beginning, right? They have to be after Orinda, in quotes. Surely. And let's see. Alright, so we'll put 1 here. Hold on, let me read that one more time. Just double check. Double check. Neither seem like makes sense. Unless he visits Araja last after Nuance. He could have. Because if he wanted to, he could have come up here and then went from here. Well, shoot, Morajai, maybe not. I mean, if you were going to make travel plans, does it make sense to do this order? If Morajai is before Vera and Katarika, you would think it would make sense to go to Morajai. Bloody hell, let me bring up my maps. I'm going to leave the postcards open for the moment. So yeah, if we're looking at the maps, if you were going to start in Orinda, it feels like it would make sense to go to Araja, then Nuance. But Morajai was before Vera? Well, maybe not then. Maybe not. If Morajai was before Vera and Katarika, shoot, I don't know. If that is the one thing we can be certain of, I feel like it would make sense to go Araja, Nuance, then maybe Morajai, then Vera, then Katarika, and then travel back around here and finish off in Arch Ares, then Fen? That seems like a travel plan that would make sense if we are under the assumption that he traveled from Morajai to Vera, then to Katarika. And we're basing this on what again? Because Katarika says that this is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera, so we know that Vera's before Katarika. Morajai doesn't mention anything specifically, does it? After a short sea voyage, But he took a sea voyage to Morajai. Would it make sense to do that coming from Nuance? You would think you'd fly from Nuance. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you don't have to, I guess. Okay, it says, I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was in Morajai. So, yeah. So, he visited Morajai, then he visited Vera, then he visited Katarika. At the very least, we know that for a fact. The question is, when did he visit Nuance? By far my favorite realm I have visited during this trip, but I've always been a penchant for technology and less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers here are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Costa Rica and the beaches of Morajai. We're basing Nuance having to be after them just simply on that line. But if Nuance is after if Nuance is after Costa Rica, then oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know. If Nuance is after Costa Rica, then I feel like he had to have traveled east. Did he mention traveling east to start off? In which case, you would think he would travel north to Arch Ares. So we can assume that Arch Ares is up there. Maybe he ended with Eraja. So maybe he... So does this look right? Well, assume he started with Orinda, went up to Arch, traveled east. The thing that doesn't make sense about this to me, though, is... No, it doesn't make sense. Why would he pass up Costa Rica to go to Morajai, then Vera, then Costa Rica? That's the only thing that doesn't make sense to me looking at the maps. He went here to here to here, right? Morajai, Vera, Costa Rica. But the Nuance postcard makes it sound like he did it after them. Which doesn't make any sense to me. Why would he go from here to here to here to eventually go into Nuance? Unless he did Nuance last. Or I'm stumped. I'm stumped. What did Araja say? Little disappointed. Make this trip will have to be without the flavorful setting. Nothing. There's nothing in here that would seem to indicate where he was at here at the time. There's no way that's right. It doesn't make any sense. We could try putting it in that order, but there's no way that makes sense. See, it would make sense to me to do it this order. If you're starting here, travel down here, but is Nuance last? So did he go here? And then here? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? This is a madman's. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's wrong. Hey, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've been playing for... This has been a very, very long stream. I would say that you could blame it on the fact that we had a power outage and we had to start the day over, which is part of it. We wouldn't actually have access. More than likely, if the power outage did not happen, we probably would have finished playing in the Sanctum. And then as soon as we were done with the Sanctum, we probably would have called it a night. But since we had this day still available to us, I figured we might as well try to get to room 46. That's true. It is a benefit to... This is definitely all wrong. Definitely all wrong. The only thing we know for sure is that, again, we're just making the assumption of nuance, though. Nuance, Morajai, Vera, Katarika, and then nuance after those. Oh man, it doesn't make any sense to me. It does not make any sense to me why you would do it that way. Is it possible that he went to Morajai after? I'm trying to think of it in a way that I would do it. I guess that's true. Are you saying that he's insane? Because, yeah, you would think, like, if you start at Orinda, this would be my... Can we clear these? If I was going to do this, this would be my travel plans. I would start here at home, come down to Araja, go to Nuance, then go to Morajai, then perhaps down to Vera, then go to... Oops, that's the wrong one. Why did I pick that one up? Then go to Costa Rica, then come back over here, you know, going around the world to Arch Ares, and then end up back at home. That's how I'd do it. Can I hit a clear button? Postcards. Do I have the postcards still open? I do. Should we go back through them in the order that we unlocked them? Because obviously they're not in order. There's no reason to. 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order? What route? And where to start? Questions like these are the ones. He does say the objective was simple enough. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Whether he started at Orinda or ended at Fen, started in Fen, ended in Orinda, it doesn't matter. What route and where to start? Questions like these are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan, and as it happens, the road has taken me south. Oh. Does that mean Araja is the second location? Well, that does make sense to me. But what does that mean, man? I mean, surely he would technically start in Orinda. Right? Seems to be fitting to begin the journey by visiting the fragment of the old... No, he says the fragment of the old kingdom, a landmark as black in the realm. So it's, yeah, Orinda's definitely one. But if he's heading south, would it not make sense to go immediately from there to Araja? Let's read it as if that was the case. Because, yeah, if he's heading south to look at landmarks within the now Fen Ares... Yeah, the travel plans don't make sense to me. But what you're saying is I should not not really think about it. Because, yeah, even if that was the case, if he was like starting in Orinda, traveling south to look at landmarks, it would make sense that his next destination would be here in Araja. Araja. But if Nuance is after all the Western Hemisphere, the Western, the Ore Sphere, it wouldn't make sense to me that you would head from Araja, skipping Nuance, or even if you went this way, that you would pass up Corica to go to Morajai first. None of that makes any sense to me. Alright, let's just go to the next postcard. I'm actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk. Okay, we already know that. So, yeah, Fen Ares is last. Fen Ares is last. Did this one have any other clues as where he went after it? Landmark is black in the realm as it is a name. Story I feel closely connected to. I'm actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. I suppose I should put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency. But I am tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7, which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons learned along the way, and as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel. Yeah. I don't know. Is that another clue that maybe he did Nuance last? That he air traveled from Nuance back home? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Arch Ares. We arrived here after a few days of sailing. Okay, so he sailed. He sailed to Arch Ares. Is that a clue? Maybe. Is it possible that he took a very strange trip pattern and he sailed to Arch Ares from Morajai? Ugh, that'd be so silly. All right, let's put that into a working theory. But that would be insane, right? Would that mean that he traveled from Morajai to Arch Ares, then back to Vera? I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that thought. It would have been much more convenient to have had the railroad tracks extend all the way north. Arch Ares is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. I mean, he could have just easily has sailed from Araja up there. He could have gone Araja, then he could have gone Arch Ares because of the lack of railway system. I don't know. Araja, disappointed that there has not been a drop of rain during my time here, as every Arajan story I have heard has begun with rain. I suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without the flavorful setting. However, even without the rain, the puddles and the ponds that dot the countryside make this place feel different than home. Okay, there have been fewer and fewer opportunities the further we travel up into the mountains to attend to my correspondence. I find myself regretting having brought so many books, as this is the first realm I have visited without porters. Never expected to appreciate the cold, but the frigid weather here is a welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. So yeah, this makes it sound like he immediately went to Costa from Vera. Okay, so he took another sea voyage to Morajai. But I mean, he said a short sea voyage. Is that a clue? The fact that it's a short sea voyage? But this is reading. How did we determine that Morajai was before Vera and Puerto Rico? Is it in here? No. What did we read that made us think that? So a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajai last night in good spirits. The people here are belligerent in their politeness, and after spending a full day among the Jaorel, I'm just as afraid of eating another dish as I am of rejecting their offers. I may try to sneak away tomorrow and spend some time alone with my books, as I have noticed that each realm I have visited has one thing in common: short on solitude. It's this one. Vera made us believe that he went to Morajai after Vera. Or no, before. Wait, what? I am still under the spell of the island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morajai. So yeah, Vera has to be after Morajai. And since Vera is before Katarika, so where did he take a short sail from to get to... Where did he take a short sea voyage from to get to Morajai? From Nuance? It doesn't look short. Why did we think Nuance was at the end? Because it mentioned those places, right? See, Nuance says that the soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers here are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Corica and the beaches of Morajai. So that made me think that Nuance had to have been after. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I have no idea. I am stumped. I've reread these many a times. Let me see. I mean, we haven't tried much. All we know is that we have to start here. Araja and Arch Ares are the ones that are kind of stumping me. What did I do with my stuff? Did I close the folder? Why would I do that? Vault. No, underground. Arch Ares and the Raja. I feel like they don't give me any clues. The only thing would be the fact that Arch Ares He arrived to Arch Ares after a few days. Uh... Arrived here after a few days of sailing and made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days for the railroad. There doesn't seem to be any mention of the travel here, but yeah, we can assume that he just went down there. All right, let's just try here. So we'll assume he started here, went to Eraja, and instead of being smart and going to Nuance, he went to Arch Ares for some reason. So we can assume that after going down here, this is why it resulted in a several day travel. Now, this is where it doesn't make sense to me that the next stop would be Morajai. Is just the fact that the Morajai postcard says after a short sea voyage. He said that it took a few days to get from here to here. Why would this be a short sea voyage? All right, let's try that. Okay, so Vera has to be after Morajai. And then Kororika has to be after Vera. And then for some weird reason, I guess he would then have to travel... This is madness. But then he says that he's looking out to the sea at home. And then I guess it would make sense there because he does say that he thinks air travel is superior. So we can assume that he traveled by sea through most of it and then traveled home by air at the end? Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous! Wait, bring it down again. I want to see it. So he travels south, checks out some landmarks at home, visits Araja, takes a several-day boat ride to Arch Ares, then somehow makes a short boat trip, unless he's being sarcastic, from Arch Ares to Morajai. Travels down here, 3-day boat ride up here, somehow a short boat ride from there to here, makes his way down to Vera, then visits Kororika, and then either travels west past Araja to Nuance, or travels east past all these landmines to back to Nuance, and then flies home for the end. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? It would have made so much more sense. I guess maybe the thought was that it would have been too easy to guess if it had a logical plan? Because why wouldn't you go from here to Araja to Nuance, fly over to Morajai, you know, with this giant sea that's in between, travel from Morajai down to Vera, visit Costa Rica, then fly west, coming back over here to the east to visit Arch Ares, and then come home. That would have made too much sense. Herbert's crazy. He's insane. All right, what do we got in here? Certified copy property deed. Lord Arthur Clementine to Lady Aurore of Trinsdale. A new Fink Clark, Stationers, Reddington, Fen Aries, satisfied of record. Know all men by these presents that Lord Arthur Clementine, rightful owner of the land that rests in the northern range of the Reddington Mountains, doth grant and convey to the bearer of this document, Lady Aurore of Trinsdale, the land, forest, and waters of the sheer cliffs that rest in the northern shadow of the Hollyleaf Mountain, with all the rights, privileges, and appurtenances thereunto belonging. Hold on. What is an appurtenance? Appurtenance. An accessory or other item associated with a particular activity of style of living. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if anything, the short boat ride ended up putting that through because we had kind of rearranged them in that order when we moved Arch Ares. But then the short boat ride part in the postcard. See, the irony is that I should have just gone with this. I started doing this order, but then that short boat ride part in the postcard threw me off, and I stopped doing the pins on the board at that moment. Little did I know that if I hadn't read the short boat ride part, I would have done it because I had already rearranged them at this point. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean no doubt. No doubt. I mean, you could still have like a logical travel plan because obviously you could have had it another way. You could have had it where he started out going north to Arch Ares, then go across the sea to Costa Rica, and then go from Costa Rica. Like you could have different plans that would make sense too, but you wouldn't necessarily know it. I can't decide whether or not it would have been too easy if he had made it a little more logical, but yeah, we can assume that that's definitely the only reason why this order ended up happening. Alright. Alright, well, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. The short boat ride did throw me, though. That did throw me. I almost kind of want the two postcards' descriptions of their boat rides to be flipped. I want the Araja to Arch Ares to say it was a short boat ride, and then from Arch Ares to Morajai to be the 3-day or a long one. Unless, like I said, the only thing I can figure is that the short boat ride was sarcasm. Did he put it in quotes? If he put it in quotes, that would have been clever. Short sea voyage is what he said. If he had put short in quotes or short sea voyage in quotes, that would have been a little clever. They could have done that. Like maybe he was fed up with boat travel at that point, having traveled so far from Arch Ares to Morajai. Oh well. That's okay. That's fine. Alright, the property of Mount Holly consists of dense woods flanked by cliff walls, irrigated by mountain spring streams, punctuated by several runoff waterfalls. This area is sheltered between the summit's northern slope and saddle spanning across 80-odd acres of land. The property is situated southwest of Redington, bound on the south by steep crags, and abutting the east by the high road to Tanner Fork. Covenants. I, Lord Arthur Clementine Covenant, promise and agree with Lady Orave, her heirs and assigns, that I am lawfully seized and possessed of the said premises, that the same are free and clear of all encumbrances, that I have good right to sell and convey the same to the said Lady Orave, or Orabai, her heirs and assigns, and that I will warrant and defend the same against all lawful claims and demands whatsoever. In hand and seal I make my mark in the grand year of Fen Aries, 1912. Okay. What do we have here? Herbert's last will and testament. Shouldn't somebody already have this? I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly estate at Redington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils. Codicils? Oh my gosh. What is wrong with me? Codicil is a legal document. Amends or modifies an existing last will and testament. That would make sense. That would make sense. He's revoking them all, heretofore made by me. I declare that I am not and have never been married and have no children. First, I direct that my debts and outstanding expenses be paid as soon after my decease as possible. Secondly, I direct all the servants and staff in my employ at the time of my death shall be granted indefinite leave to be paid out of the reserves of my estate set aside for such occasion, until such a time as a new master of Mount Holly bids their return. In the event that the aforesaid reserves for this purpose are depleted before a new master of the estate is found, I direct my executor to make provisions for their future employment, and to do so in a manner that is just and equitable to all parties involved. Thirdly, to my faithful valet, Hartley Ruoda, I hereby gift to him the lake house in Trinsdale as a small measure of gratitude for his many years of unwavering loyalty and devoted service. I direct that my executor take such steps as are necessary to transfer ownership of the said lake house to Hartley Ruoda, and should use all reasonable efforts to persuade him to accept the same. Furthermore, to my late cousin Tillen's 2 children, Courtney Farron and Rygard Farron, who have sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions, I grant to each a cuckoo clock set eternally on the sacred hour, for only time will tell when they are ready to slow down enough to appreciate the gifts bestowed upon them with the patience and wisdom that comes with maturity. In the case that Lionel Epson should return from his travels abroad, or in the event that any of his heirs should present themselves, I bequeath to him or them, as the case may be, the diary and its related key, which formerly belonged to his sister Clara, which I have kept in her room and beside her grave, respectively and respectfully. Well, we completely disrespected that, didn't we? We took the key from her grave and then read her diary. In addition, it is my fervent desire that the gallery, along with all the artwork contained within, be bestowed upon the Reddington Museum of Art, including the sculptures, exhibits, and the entire collection of drawings by Christopher Manson, comprised of 4 pieces entitled, what was it? What was, think, ponder, realize, and, ruminate. I remember. Don't worry about it. This generous donation shall be made 1 year hence, following the date of my early departure, when it will be removed from Mount Holly's draft pool. Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Raja, I bequeath 8 stone statues sculpted in the likeness of the 8 Ajeran angels, Arinda, Lydia, Raina, Joya, Daja, Vea, Mila, and Draxus. These sculpted figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations, and even though there has been much debate over their natural numeric order, they have nevertheless remained steadfast in their safeguarding of our family's secrets. I trust they will continue to provide the Cathedral of Raja the same level of stewardship. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all the rest, residue and remainder of my estate and of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly, as a token of my cordial and affectionate friendship which for nearly a half-century his grandmother Clara Epson has shown me. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate of Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deed to the entire estate, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. What's considered a timely manner, Herbert? Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to that clause shall be considered null and void. The rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Arindian Heritage Foundation, under condition that the house be immediately winnowed and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances that the site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever day shall come first. As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here under the roof of her childhood home. The preliminary draft copies include Red Prince, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue which she penned during the darkest. I hope that in due time and in the natural order of things, you will come to be content, as I have, with what little of herself she left us. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair. So wait, there's a draft copy of the Red Prince? Is it the one with the original ending? Where's that at? Okay. That's cool. What? Well, now where do I go? So they're gonna get these clocks that are hanging here? There's no way they're gonna be happy with that. There's no way. Yeah, where are these draft copies of Red Prince and a New Clue? The preliminary draft copies. Who's got them? Who has them? Okay, so we found the will, which I'm assuming these two things would be the proof that we have come here. I would think like Any number of things in here would be proof. You'd think that crown would be proof. But I don't know. I don't know. Well, we did that. We're done, I guess. Oh yeah, we can draw the rooms out of here. As long as we have the doors open, right? Yeah, is there a reason to do anything else here? The funny thing is I was gonna say, like, if we could put the vault room, if we could put the vault down, and then we could put the lost and found down, we could see if we could get the final vault key. The final vault key? Is it the last one? Which one of these is rare? Okay, lost and found is not rarer than the vault. At least not in this playthrough. It's not. So let's put the vault down. Let's see out of curiosity. I don't know if we have much of a reason to go anywhere else for the moment. We might as well fill out the house. We still have to eat. We have so much money right now. We should have a bunch of... I was going to step through here, see if we could get the showroom. If we could get the showroom up here and we could get the silver spoon, then we wouldn't have to worry about steps at all. Or we could get the... Oh, doggone it, the planetarium! Oh, we want the planetarium, but I would also love to have the treasure trove again. Shoot. I also want the treasure trove because we probably are one step behind the treasure trove at this point now, aren't we? Crap. We can save the planetarium. We'll save the planetarium because the only thing we need out of it is the sort of technical trophy. Because I'm assuming this is going to have the one note we already uncovered. Oh, shoot. Not the basement key. What the heck? Or we could get the gift shop for no reason. I don't think we have anything left to buy in the gift shop. Does it say it directly in the will on that page? Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yes, that was a minor spoiler, but that's fine. That's good. Is that the idea? These preliminary draft copies include red print which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue which was she was been during the darkest. Is that the clue? He then, in bold, says, I hope that in due time and in natural order of things. I don't know, he bolded that part too. I also am constantly hopeful that we will uncover things in the natural order of things. I will say that's one downside to the game, is that I hate uncovering information that ties into things that we've already done that would have been better to uncover before certain key moments. But having said that, we have talked about many times that we've been, I'm assuming, pretty lucky in that regard to where we have uncovered things in a very nice, well, natural order. Where it feels like we're uncovering things in the order that would be preferential. The blue box contains the gems. The box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the blue box is true. Yeah, we did this earlier. We did this earlier. I don't have a key. It'd be good to have a key. It just goes to show how crazy long day 46 has been. If this was actually a real day 46, this would easily be our longest day. Because this entire stream has, technically speaking, been day 46. That's... Conservatory is not a bad one to put down last. We also changed the rarity of a couple rooms. Let's see what they are now. Okay, interesting. Lavatory we could pop up to rare. I don't know, we have another reason to ever go back into the lavatory, but let's make it rare. We just assume Simon pees himself every single day. Weight room's already rare. Chamber of Mirrors is an interesting one. I'm going back and forth on whether or not the Chamber of Mirrors is something we really do need. There are a couple rooms that I wouldn't mind having duplicates of. But I can see how the Chamber of Mirrors, just putting down the Chamber of Mirrors, can screw up a day. And then on top of it, you might end up, like with our last Chamber of Mirrors, and you end up getting 2 rooms in there that you don't want duplicated, and so beyond the gems and or fruit, I don't know. Should we just keep it rare? Chamber of Mirrors. The only time I could see it being useful, I guess, is if we were trying to do the whole dead end thing, where you're needing to do dead ends. And then I guess having duplicates would be good, but I could also see the dead ends thing being harder because of the duplicated floor plans. If you were constantly getting duplicates of every other plan. We're just going to leave it rare for now. So, the only thing we got to do was turn the lavatory rare. Do I have a shovel? I do have a shovel. This day has been one crazy long blur. So yeah, we did not end up acquiring a magnifying glass, and we did not get the armory. Now, we still have the potential that we could do that. Oh my gosh, so much money. So much money! But we're going to have to venture over to the west. Yeah, okay, so yeah. I'm glad we got this, so that the next time we play, we won't be, getting another duplicate. Okay, so... Same thing with the parlor puzzle, too. I'm so bummed, man, the power went out. We should not have been playing this long. We could have just saved getting to room 46 for the next stream. But I mean, we had to try, right? If we had the day open to us, we had to try. It was either that or we could have just called a day as soon as we were done with the Sanctum, but I don't know. Bunch of nothing. Whole bunch of nothing. Well, this is unfortunate. More gold. More pointless gold. We probably didn't even need to step in here. Oh, the planetarium would have been nice for ending the day on. That was our original plan, was to end the day. Hmm. Dang it. Bloody patio has to always be this orientation. That makes me sad. Alright, well the top is cut off, but we do have 3 tiles down south that we can do. Let's see what we get. Come on, man. Getting so much junk. Too much gold. So much gold. Yeah, what are we detecting? It's gotta be something back in the cloister, but... whatever. It's probably a key or some gold, neither of which we need. Yeah, there's the armory. Do we even have the laboratory? We don't have the laboratory, do we? And we're also quickly running out of steps. Shoot. Okay. Point taken. We'll take a look-see. Point taken. I mean, if there's draft copies of her books somewhere, then we definitely want them. So we're going to want to find them at some point. See, I'd be tempted to go ahead and get the armory right now. And then we can try to get those bottom 2 tiles, but we got to make our way all the way down to the observatory. We could go ahead and go outside and activate the sundial. We won't have activated the experiment yet, but that might not be that big of a deal. We can do that maybe on the next day. So let's go ahead and do the armory for the moment. We'll get that. And hopefully we have enough steps to get outside and use this. Sure, why not? Give us that star, baby. That is true. That has definitely been our policy here. I mean, that's more or less. That's more or less our spoiler policy. It's don't necessarily give us a spoiler, but if I'm leaving an area and you think I've missed something, tell me that I missed it and I should go back. In this case, it's a clue that's left over. Honestly, though, that's a big chunk of this game, right? A big chunk of this game is definitely having clues and having things of which we have a great many notes that we have had piled up here. That's why we have this. Like, I mean, I probably have like at least a half dozen clues that are in these folders that I still have not gotten around to yet. But that is the question. Will I remember the clues at the time that I should be remembering them? And that's not always the case. That's not always the case, sadly. Kind of like, you know, for example, earlier we were doing the sigils, and I didn't remember the Puerto Rica flags in the dormitory. That would have been a good thing to remember. But, you know, I guess that's just part of it, right? Sometimes I do go through my notes to see if there's anything that I haven't done yet, and then a lot of times I just forget about them. But maybe we'll go through every single note this weekend and see what we have and haven't done yet. I know there's at least a couple things in there that we have not touched on just yet. Look at all this stuff we have. I would very much welcome a freezer. I hope we get a freezer. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and turn in the master key. Yeah, because we don't need it. We've got 5 extra keys. If for some reason we get a locked door down on those lower tiles, it'll be fine. We should be good from here. Almost filled this house. Almost. We put the vault down specifically on the off chance that we got the lost and found again, and of course we haven't. Anytime we make a plan, I think we've drawn the lost and found. We've drawn the lost and found a lot today. I want to say we've drawn it at least 5, if not 6 times, and we've just never put it down. Now when I want it, it's not going to put it down. That's the way it usually works. I guess we could use, let's go buy the bananas. And, we could do it on our way out, maybe. We got 20 steps right now. We should be fine. So we'll buy some food on the way out just in case. And we'll head outside to try to finish up Sundial. Redo it again. What are we needing? Because we have a secret passage. What were some of the stuff that I was wanting? I mean, we could do Red Room, I guess. We could do a Red Room out of the secret passage, try to get the lost and found. Problem is, do we have enough? Do we have enough steps to get all the way back up to the vault? And back outside? I don't know if we're gonna have enough steps. We can also redraw, but the secret passage might ensure that we do get the lost and found. We could... I was going to say we could take the foundation outside. But I don't think that's going to save us very many steps. Well, maybe I'm wrong. That actually might not be a horrible idea. And then we could go to the kitchen on the way back in. Let's try. We don't even know if we're going to get it. We're going to find out. Is there anything else we need? I don't think so. The showroom would be pointless. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be completely pointless. If we got a pendant. Yep, there's the closed exhibit again. Oh, what? You're not going to give me the lost and found now, huh? My common red room you're not going to give me? Come on. Oh, we got it. Alright, let's see what's in here. That does not look like a vault key. Oh my gosh! Am I being trolled? Am I being trolled? What is that? Anyway, that's not a key. Look at what's on the table to the left. Is there anything I care about in my inventory? Oh no, we can't go in here. We can't risk losing the fire. But that key is not a vault key, right? I can't tell what that is. That looks too big to be a vault key. Shoot. What does a vault key look like again? Not vault key. What is it called? Is it a vault key? I want to see what it looks like. Can a vault key be that big? I can't tell from here what it is. I'm assuming it's just a big key. Oh, man. I don't want to risk losing this But I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter if we lose it. If of all these items we lose the torch, I'm going to lose my damn mind. I am going to lose my mind. All right, we're stepping in. All right, we lost the compass. It's a bloody secret key. It's the garden key. So, yeah. Someone explain this to me. Also, I need to explain. Someone explain this to me. Why did this picture of Mary, I'm assuming? This has got to be Mary, right? Unless this is an older picture of like Clara or something. This picture wasn't always here in the Lost and Found. Why did this suddenly pop up in the Lost and Found one day? I thought I was going crazy, like I just missed it, but I went back and I looked. This bloody picture was not in the Lost and Found like the first couple times we got the Lost and Found. Who put it in here? Okay, we are now... This is insane. This is insane. We have drawn the Lost and Found 6 times. And we have got the repellent in every single one. Who's trolling me? Who is trolling me? How does this make sense? If you're telling me that these items are supposed to be random, including the repellent, how in the world have I gotten it in every bloody room? And I don't want to pick it up because I think it's a dangerous item. I'm going to be wandering through the house and I'm going to accidentally bump the damn button. It's going to delete something that I don't want deleted. It'd be just my luck that I pick up the repellent and then I step through the foundation and repel the foundation. All right. So we didn't get it. That sucks. Whatever. Okay, let's go outside. Bloody repellent. This is madness. This is pure madness. We actually don't need the steps or the food at this point. But whatever. We're going to eat all these bananas. Oh, I didn't realize we hadn't bought any of these. That's crazy. Here, give me some soup. Damn, look at all that. Look at all these steps. There's so many steps. Give me all these bananas. Damn, we would have totally been fine. That was so many steps. For some reason, I thought we ate the other items. I must be confusing it with the previous 46 that we did. Anything else left to do? I don't think so. We blocked off. Almost had a full house. Got another can of repellent for some reason. Alright, let's head outside. Let's head outside. Well, I'm starting to like the hovel. I know we got iffy there, but man, if you can line up like a good dining room meal, get the bonus on top of it, the hovel is great. Even more so when you have something like the Blessing of the Dancer and you can use your gems on something like room rotations, or if you get the study and you can use the gems for rerolls. Having the hovel in combination with those is so good. Some of my best days have been out of the hovel. We have had a couple days where we did end up having to end them early because of the steps in the hovel, but they've all been pretty good days. All right, what was the logic here? Does the 2-1 make a difference? I'm actually kind of morbidly curious now. I actually don't remember if that was the one where it was supposed to be. No, what? How? What? No. What is happening? All right, do the fat one. See, I see those marked on those other ones. It does look like a squash spider. Like, does it matter that the one lines... I'm assuming it's based on this. I don't even know how we opened this last time. I just got lucky. It looked like I had the top one marked with the one shadow, but that clearly can't be the case. Yeah, I have no idea how I opened it. I didn't have the scorch marks on these spots, but I don't know if that matters. I could have sworn I had this one here. But now I'm wondering if it doesn't matter on the scorched mark. Like, does it have anything to do with the scorch marks? Is it just these two sets of lines that we noted when we first started doing it? Oh, I see. Okay, well that makes more sense. Because we just... I didn't even turn it like that last time. I was like, what did the scorch marks have to do with the position that I put them? And apparently, it's nothing. Yeah, sadly. This was one of the only crucial things that we did that happened before the power surge. And we also went in and activated on the laboratory. But I imagine that doesn't matter, like, because I would assume that next time we get the laboratory, we should be able to... Whoops. We should be able to activate Cinca experiments before doing anything with the experimentations, right? There was some other stuff that we didn't do to... I mean, that we did. We got every letter sent to the mail room. But Cerebral said that it doesn't matter now. Now that we've actually read the letters, I guess it doesn't matter if we get them again. So we probably won't bother getting the letter experiment anymore, because we already did get them all and we read them all. The other thing that we did was we did place the planetarium. We got the trophy for that. Technically speaking, I don't need it anymore because it is in my achievements. But I still want it. I want it to, because, well, isn't there an achievement for filling the trophy room? So yeah, we gotta put the planetarium down again. We gotta get that freaking trophy to fill the trophy room. Now, hold on. Can we remotely activate Cinca through the grotto? See, I don't know if any of this stuff is going to matter. We looked at all this stuff before the power outage, too. I don't know what the game keeps track of and what it doesn't keep track of. And what it ends up leading to. That's why I'm paranoid that we did things that I am now never going to do. Because I have the information, but we don't actually need to look at the stuff again. That is my main paranoid feeling. All right. Wait. No, stop it. Actually, did we have the trophy room? Okay, so I can't access. Can I not access the other terminals from this terminal like I can from then? What if we just try to do a normal login? Nope. Has to be an admin key. And sadly, we didn't put down a single. I don't think we put down a single room with a terminal. Not one. The office, the laboratory, the security room. We didn't put down oh, we have a security room. Oh, we got the security room. Okay, so we can activate that before we leave. And we have the steps to do it. I am curious to check the trophy room. Let's see. Let's see if that trophy's in there. If it's not, then yeah, we definitely have to go and get it again. For that matter, I'm assuming the stamps aren't recorded either. That's another thing we have to do. Thankfully, we can do it very easily through the sanctum if we ever get a magnifying glass at some point. Yeah, sadly, none of that is recorded. We have a lot of gold. Should we play the casino for no reason? Just to see what happens? I guess we could play for, like, additional allowances. What trophy are we missing? We're definitely missing a trophy. We are missing the Mount Holly Directory trophy. Yep. So we gotta put that floor plan down again. Sad day. Sad day. What else was I wanting to do? I need to go to the security room. We're gonna go to the security room, we're gonna activate that, and then we're gonna go play the casino. How did I do this? Did I need to log into the network? I didn't need to do that, right? What did I need to do again? I got it. Maybe I can't do it from here. I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't remember. I can't remember. I'm going to assume that we can't do it from a remote terminal like this. I'm assuming we have to be in the laboratory. New experimental data packets can now be uploaded to the laboratory from Cinca, and inbound electronic mail and communication from off-site will no longer be blocked. Yeah, I guess I'm going to assume we have to be in the laboratory. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Who cares? We'll do it next time we do the laboratory. Maybe. I guess we'll see. Alright, let's gamble. What are we gambling? What do we want? We want allowance. So we have to bet at least... We have to bet at least 20 to gain what? 1 allowance? 2 allowance? There's a 4 allowance on this one. Almost nothing else on here matters. And we can only do 1 wager per day. So we might as well do the 100. And hope that we get 4 allowance. Come on, green. Give me a green. Oh, come on. It did it again! That's the exact same thing it did last time! It looked like it was about to land in the allowance and it landed in the red right next to it. Gypped! This bloody thing is rigged! I demand a refund! Who took my money? I'm alone in this house! Isn't this all my money? Who's doing this to me? This is a magic casino. Alright, I guess I'm done. I guess I'm done. Sad day. It is. The whole thing's rigged. It's rigged. It's probably Ann Babbage. She's probably taking my money. She's rigged the bloody thing. Alright, well, I guess we're calling it here. I'm a little bummed out. I'm definitely a little bummed out. I'm probably more bummed out by the fact that this ended up being such a long stream. I guess we could have gone and thrown the rest of our gold in the chapel. I'm going to do that anyway. Yeah, I'm bummed out because this was such a long stream, and it didn't need to be. Unfortunately, yeah, we had a power surge at one point earlier in the day. Yes, I know Nightgazer is happy that we still kept playing. Now, granted, we didn't have to keep playing. The power outage killed our day 46. It killed our day 46 when we were at the end of the day. And that day had lasted already about 4 hours. It was already a long day, but it was a good day. It was a successful day. We did a lot of really good things. We had figured out a bunch of really good things. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, when we started accessing the sanctum rooms, we had a power surge. Just a power surge. Just a flicker. Just enough of a flicker that the power went off for my computer, which I am probably... The funny thing is how often do I need to worry about something like this for most games? This game we have to worry about it because the game doesn't save until you end the day. But even still, I might get a battery backup for my computer. So if this ever happens again, at the very least, I can call it a day at that moment. and we'll save the progress, right? So yeah, so we had a whole 46 day. We figured out a bunch of stuff involving new clue, sigil patterns, stuff like that. We spent a good chunk looking at that stuff. And then as far as the actual day went, we did figure out about the sundial from New Clue. We went out there, we opened it up. Granted, at the time, I didn't really understand how I opened it up. It was literally random. If you go back and watch that part, the first time I did it, I just was starting to turn it, and it just happened to line up at that moment. I thought it had something to do with the scorch marks, but it didn't have anything to do with the scorch marks. I don't really understand how the scorch marks and scorching those bases made them move. I'm a little fuzzy on that detail. But we did do that. We got the microchip. We put them in. We activated it. We had access to the laboratory, so we were able to activate the extra experiments. We got the letter from Randolph about the extra tile set that was in the observatory, and unbeknownst to me, apparently we really needed that one because that is the last tile that we needed for the Mount Holly directory. So we ended up going to the observatory, getting the planetarium, putting down the planetarium, and thus I ended up getting that achievement. Sadly, because that happened on the day 46 where the power surge occurred, we have not actually gone into the planetarium, technically speaking. So we do still need to get that trophy, if only because we do need to get all the trophies for the eventual trophy achievement. So at some point here, we'll put it down again. We'll put down the planetarium again. And what else? I don't know. Most of the stuff that we did that day, we managed to do. We finished the sanctums, came back up and did the rest of the house. We did a bunch of numerous random things that it's good that were just lined up for the next day. Treasure Trove, for example. It would have been a bummer if the Treasure Trove memo was not a new one on the next time we get to it, even though technically that's basically what just happened. Parlor, same thing. You know, we did the puzzle. We did actually redo a bunch of stuff we did in the first 46. We did the billiard room that day, Parlor, Treasure Trove. What else? I don't know. So the only thing that we really did that was fresh was that we did finish off the sanctum rooms, the sanctum puzzles, which allowed us the information to access that board in the room 46. That is something that we would not have finished if we had just done the sanctum rooms on the previous day 46. In the previous day 46, we would have at the very most just done the sanctum puzzles, and then we probably would have called it a day. We would have called the stream. Way back then, 3-4 hours ago, we probably would have called the stream at that point, and we would have saved room 46 for the next stream. But we did it this stream instead. Thus 46 done. Technically my longest day ever because day 46 lasted for 7-8 hours. All right. Well, we're calling it here. We will be back for day 47 next time. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. Until I see you next, which is going to be, I believe, Helldivers tomorrow, and then more Blueprints on Saturday. And I hope to see you then. Everybody, good night and goodbye.